Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Heartwell Dove stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platform mechanics and a branching narrative. And if you enjoy watching these streams, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boot that bell button to stay notified. And when we were last working on Heartwell, we managed to add a couple of new things here. So, my thought with, last time we were working on Heartwell, we added those little help, what I think we called them manifest fragments. Essentially, you walk up to them and they allow you to have a tutorial. So in this case, I walked up to these, press E, it shows us a little prompt there, but we can reuse the same object for different, for different potential tutorials and such. In addition, since the previous dev stream, and fun fact, thanks to overwhelming support on the Discord server, the Heartwell dev streams are going to be a part of the normal stream schedule for the foreseeable future, and that makes me really excited. But in terms of what I was working on Heartwell since the last dev stream, you probably see most of it right there. So, for those of you who watched the last dev stream, the Cobra here was unable to... It could move around, but it couldn't really attack or do anything of note. You couldn't really attack it back either. Well, since the last dev stream, I made a huge amount of progress with this thing, so now you'll notice, yep, it still follows us, but its animations are definitely working better now. So if I were to go someplace out of reach of it, it'll try to get close to us and then just wait. It has a little idle animation. But in addition to that, it's now actually able to take damage, so if I were to attack it... Oh, we did some damage, and you notice that the health bar continues to follow it, which is also really good. And the pathfinding still works, as you can see. There is some jankiness to it because of just the inherent way of how the pathfinding works in Fusion 2.5, but at the very least, it's still... At least the functionality is there, and it can still switch between its pathfinding movement and its 8-direction movement, depending on the situation. But finally, I guess most importantly, the Cobra can actually attack. Also, hello, Nimla. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Yeah, first time I play a while. Welcome, Nimla. Just showing off what I've been working on so far. Mostly, the reason I'm running around in circles now is the Cobra can actually attack, so it's very, very important to... what's it called? It's very important not to stand still as you do. It actually does attack, and it's pretty fast, as you can see, so... And another little detail I will point out is, well, first of all, it resets properly, but with the Cobra, it actually does continue to move after you set up its attack, so you'll notice it can still move her a little bit after you get close to it. I figured, yes, that's true. I could just jump on a ledge to avoid it, but what it will do, Nimlock, is it'll actually follow you to try and stay close to the edge, so if you were to, say, fall off for some reason, it's not too far away and can catch up to you. And I think you can see this best when you're up on a place like here. Like, surely the Cobra isn't much of a threat, except it is still trailing you just waiting for that opportunity for you to mess up. Add that little extra layer of tension in case you mess up a jump. Let's say I messed that up. Well, now it's ready to come after us. But yeah, at least right now, I've programmed it so that the Cobra is capable of moving a little bit once it's initiated its attack lined up. To increase the difficulty, I guess, just a smidge. It's not... I am honestly debating whether or not to give, I guess, the Cobra... You notice that the Cobra, after it attacks, it pauses for a moment. I'm honestly debating whether or not to lengthen that pause simply to give the player more time to, I guess, work within the game's mechanics, since the Cobra is meant to be the simplest, we'll say, moving enemy in the game. So it's not supposed to be the hardest thing in the world. But at the same time, I think, you know, we have a stationary melee opponent that's very... Once you get used to it, it's pretty easy to deal with. Just by itself. So, but with the Cobra, I figured the fact that it can move adds another dimension to it. And also, I mean, the fact, just the relative size of things. You might think that the ranged attack is the obvious way to go here. But, as you can see, it's, you gotta line up your shot, and the Cobra's hitbox isn't that large, so it's, it can be tricky to line up that shot, though it's certainly safer than melee, because as it is right now, it's very hard to be able to get a melee hit, even with something fast like the fists, unupgraded, of course. Upgraded, I feel like if you upgrade that attack speed, you could easily kind of weave in and out with that. Hey, Stithless, thanks so much for dropping by, how's it going? Right now I'm just showing off the Cobra. As you can see, when it's defeated, provides a different amount of XP as expected. To our lovely stat menu. Yep. That is true though, Ninemlock. It is much easier to hit a snake when it's stationary than when it's slithering around on the ground, and also just the Cobra inherently has a smaller hitbox. But yeah, so what I'm doing right now is just discussing the major accomplishments since last stream. That's definitely been the Cobra, so it's now possible to have this as a thing, and as you can see, it has a little adorable, like, stopped animation when it's waiting for you to get into a point where it can come after you. So now it comes after us, and now it waits. Now it comes after us, now it waits. Oh yeah, that's true, Ninemlock, because, you know, it's a two-dimensional game, that's what you meant. Hey, Dopper Nicholson, thank you so much for dropping by, how's it going? So what I was trying to say before... fair enough, Sizzle. But yeah, what I was trying to say before is that the Cobra is... As it currently stands, the code works perfectly for a single Cobra. So this one Cobra rat's fine. The moment I try to duplicate Cobras, doesn't work to have multiple in the scene, what ends up happening is it completely breaks the game. Like, by that I mean, not that like the game crashes, it's more so that both Cobras will just stand in place and their hitboxes get super fast. It's really weird. So, in terms of... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Copper Nicholson. Hope you're doing alright. But what I was saying is, so, in terms of progress, what this means is, if I really wanted to, I could copy over the Cobra code to add multiple Cobras in a particular environment. And basically make, like, duplicates of the Cobra and duplicates of its code. So that is a potential path forward here, in case my attempts in the coming weeks to make it so I can just duplicate Cobras and have everything be fine fails. So, no matter what, we have this functionality, and I think that's a huge accomplishment. We have the functionality of a pathfinding enemy. However, as I'm going to show you, chat, the act of duplicating multiple Cobras through code, while doable, is a pain, just because there is so much code to it. And I think that would actually be a good point for me to transition to talking about the programming. So, exiting out of here, going back to our little dev sequence. Fair enough, Copper Nicholson. So the reason why I'm from a programming perspective, it's both, it's possible but not ideal to do duplicate code for the same enemy. I mean, just look at the number of lines in there. Like, there's well over 100 lines of code for a single walking enemy, this being the Cobra, with the most complicated aspects being, of course, the pathfinding. And each one of these lines would have to be individually changed if I were to, we'll say, clone the Cobra objects and clone the pathfinding object and all that stuff, just to have a second Cobra in the same frame. So, it's not, at the moment, again, that's still completely doable. That's still a possible path forward to add multiple, we'll say, pathfinding enemies in the same frame. But my hope is that in the coming, you know, does Fusion not support functions? you asked as well. I don't know. And the reason I say that is Fusion's event editor kind of it's very object based. I know what you mean by functions by saying, oh well, why don't you just have a singular thing, we call it the walking enemy object, and then adjust things. I did do that to some extent. The problem here is that we'll say the code for pathfinding is tied to specific objects. So in this case, we have, in order to make the pathfinding work, there's actually, I think, 2 additional objects on top of just the Cobra itself that need to be there, that being the hitbox and a trailing object of sorts, as well as the, what's it called? As well as the pathfinding object, which is complicated unto itself. It does non-block. It does allow creating multiple instances. The problem is that you probably see this line a lot for each. That's because Fusion's very bad at indexing multiple instances of the same objects and having them behave independently of one another. And that's where the ForEach object comes into play. So, but the tricky thing about using the ForEach object is you can only get it to really work for 1 object per line. And that can be tricky if you have a situation where you have multiple active objects that need to behave in different ways on the same line. Case in point, this is a perfect example. So in this particular line, I chose to use the ForEach object on the collision bots for the Cobra. However, in order for the pathfinding to work properly, we also need information about the Pathfinder object. And this object is basically like a little walking sprite. It's invisible, that walks in front of the Cobra to tell it where to go in the event that pathfinding is activated. And honestly, it might be better to explain this by showing it, so let me just set that to visible. Alright. Okay. So as you can see, chat, this is actually what's going on behind the scenes to make the Cobra work the way it does. So what it's doing is it's constantly shooting a single invisible object to check for whether or not there's line of sight on Dorothy here. At this point, obviously, there is no line of sight. We're well above where it could go to us. But if it has that sort of a Z-axis thing, then it, of course, switches to 8-direction mode, which means it moves a bit more fluidly, like in large open spaces like here. So it can move diagonally and stuff. But the moment we break that contact, it switches to, as you can see, pathfinding mode. And when it's in pathfinding mode, the Pathfinder object is basically like a little leash pulling the Cobra along. So it increments hence a certain amount of spaces, and then the Cobra moves to it to allow it to increment again. And it just does that over and over and over again to get to the to eventually get to the destination, which of course is the player. Yeah, this isn't at time. And of course, this whole process allows us to switch between those 2 movement types without getting into a situation where it's just stuck on a corner and won't go towards the player, which is what would happen if we're just purely 8-directional movement mode. So that's kind of what goes on behind the scenes, and why it's so complicated to try and index this in Fusion is because there's multiple objects that have to interact with each other, or while also being themselves individually indexed. Now, I do have ideas for how to attempt to allow this to be duplicable, but it would involve quite a bit of programming work, which I don't intend to work on tonight because I feel like that's a rather tedious. This is one of the more complex topics to tackle in Fusion. And the other thing is, while it would certainly be a nice thing to have from a level design perspective, it is technically not stopping the minimum viable product. That's a term I learned when I was in college. Basically, the idea of a minimum viable product is what is the absolute bare minimum you can have in your game to get across your point. And while being able to do this is the minimum viable product for a walking enemy, I can technically do it for a singular enemy, and it technically can be scaled up just in a very tedious way. But in a more ideal situation, I'd be able to do what I can with the Cobra, with the Cabrattles and the Rattlesnakes here, which is I can literally just duplicate their hitboxes and their animation frames as much as I want, and the programming will take care of the rest. Anywho, you make an object. Can you make an object made up of multiple objects? Not really. At least not in the version of Fusion 2.5 that I have. I think there's a DLC for Fusion 2.5 that came out recently called, I think it's called 2.5 Plus or something like that, which allows you to have child objects, or I think child lines of code or something like that. And that's, it does open up a lot of possibilities, but I currently don't have that, as it might break, as I've heard that people who try to bring applications from 2.5 to 2.5 Plus end up causing a lot of glitches, and considering how much effort it's taken to get to Heartwell at this point, I'm sticking with what I have right now. Fair enough, Stislif. Hey, Snowflame! Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? And thank you for the boop. Just showing off, showing off what I was working on, which was between streams, which was the Cobra. The Star Wars movie. Got the term Pathfinder from the... Oh, I see. Hey, KK Sparts! Thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Oh, and if you're wondering what the glitch is, this is actually seen behind the scenes, so normally you wouldn't be able to see this stuff. What I'm showing you all is how the collision bots and hit bots and Pathfinder objects work in order to have this line of sight effect, and in order for the Cabral, or for any walking enemy to be able to do its thing in Heartwell, to be able to switch between 8-directional movement when there isn't a physical obstacle between them and Dorothy, and then to switch to pathfinding movement if there is an obstacle between her and between them and Dorothy. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, Snowflake. Just got back from the store. Nice. Exactly, Nimlock, exactly. It is difficult to update things when you update to a new version. And Clickteam Fusion 2.5 Developer Edition is still a very functional and usable software. It's just the 2.5 Plus adds a lot of optimizations that would be really nice to have, but aren't necessarily necessary. Hey, JT Eagle, thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Oh, you're working on the Reaper's Path, KK Sparks. Awesome. Glad to hear you're making some good progress on that. But yeah, this is the Cobra. And of course, when it's close, it does its attack. And yeah, so I think that covers it for the Cobra, though. Let me just fix that. So get rid of visible at start here so that can't be seen by the player. So as you can see, under normal circumstances, this is what it looks like. See, there's the Cobra. Now you might be saying, well, okay, Antomicx, so you're working on the Cobra in, we'll say, off-stream and all that pathfinding stuff. What are you going to be working on tonight? Well, I was thinking of following up with last stream, where we were working on some more level design stuff. And part of that is going to be trying to implement basically locks and keys. So right here you see something I was doing just a little bit before stream. Ah, fair enough, Nylon, fair enough. What made me decide to... Oh, a good question, Snowflake. So what made me decide to have the first enemy be a... the first enemy be a snake? Great question. So, a couple of reasons. One, it does fit in with the lore of Heartwell. So, in terms of the environments, I was going for this, we'll say, the quote-unquote tutorial dungeon. Snakes made the most... snakes were an enemy type that I could justify being relatively simple for teaching the basics, while also being an enemy type that could be, recurring throughout the game, perhaps. Think of the snakes in Heartwell as the hollows in Dark Souls. They fill that kind of niche. They're meant to be easy. They're meant to be help you get your feet wet with the mechanics. But if you aren't paying attention, or you don't learn the game, or you start to panic, they can still, like any Dark Souls enemy, mess you up. But yeah, that's for the snakes. The actual first enemy type was the rattlesnake. So, and that's simply because it is the simplest idea for an enemy I could think of. A stationary melee opponent. Then came the Cobra, which is the stationary ranged opponent, and now we have the Cobra, which is a moving melee opponent. It's aptly parts, so. And it also, from a symbolic standpoint, snakes have been one of the natural predators of humans for, I guess, as nearly as long as our species has existed. So it's a natural thing for these things to be coming after Dorothy, just trying to attack Dorothy, because, again. So yeah, that's what role the snakes fill, and they also don't give a lot of XP, so, I mean, I think the way I have it set up right now is that the rattlesnake gives 20, the Cobra 24, and the Cobra I think is 35. Which, in the grand scheme of things, really isn't that much XP. For reference, you'd have to defeat 11 rattlesnakes just to be able to level up your base level once. And of course, as you level up, XP actually does increment higher. But they will serve their purpose. Oh dear. Nope. No. Bad. Alright. I will confirm or deny nothing, Snowflake. I guess it depends on how far we get into development and how much I'm able to do off-stream, but ideally I wouldn't want to show developing of at least the first few bosses on-stream for spoiler reasons. But I guess, once the demo's down, once, long-term development becomes a thing, then I might be more inclined to actually show boss development, because there would, like Dark Souls, there'd just be a ton of them. Anywho. Alright, there we go. As for what we're working on tonight. Just do poison right from a bidet? No. Oh, sounds good. TJ Sparks. As more concept interactions. I don't know yet, Copper Nicholson. I don't know. No comments. Also, will there be tougher enemies as you go down the dungeons? Absolutely, 1000% TJ Sparks. It's just that there's only going to be one quote-unquote dungeon in the tutorial, so those 3 snakes are the basic enemy types you'll get in that dungeon. But you can absolutely expect more challenging opponents and more unique opponents as the game progresses. Or as you're able to explore more throughout the game. Much like how Dark Souls has a huge variety of enemies. Same will be the case here. Ah, nice Snowflake. No, the bosses are definitely one of the things I'm most excited about for Heartwell, just because I really love boss battles. Like, I always have since the day was when I was super young and would play Shining Force and Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I always loved boss battles. I feel like newer games especially don't have very many boss battles, or very many good ones, outside of Souls-like games, action RPGs, and things like that. So, Heartwell will ideally have plenty of bosses. But as for what we're working on tonight, chat, I'm sorry for getting sidetracked there. I plan to work on doors. So here I have just a door I drew up, one that can be locked, that would be able to be unlocked with a key. And here is actually just what a default active object in Fusion 2.5 looks like before you do anything with it. So again, just the classic little diamond, 32 by 32 pixels, nothing special yet. But the intent is that we could probably turn this into some kind of item box, so that if the player's close enough and presses E, they can pick it up, and that will add to their inventory. And there's Titan Souls on now. Will there be puzzles in Heartwell? Good question. I have no comment there. I would say if there were to be any sort of puzzles or things along that nature, it would be somewhere between Crosscode and Dark Souls in terms of complexity. What I mean by that is Dark Souls' puzzles, I use that term loosely, aren't particularly complex. It's mostly just being able to skillfully navigate to certain switches or buttons in a level in order to be able to unlock different doors in an area to progress further. So you can certainly expect a fair amount of that. And also Metroidvania elements where like you would pick up keys that would let you to open the places that you couldn't access before. But in terms of like puzzles like using in Crosscode, I honestly don't know yet. Oh yeah, I agree, KJ Sparks, and the character interactions is something I'm super excited for. It's just I don't expect the character affinity system that I've described on the Discord server to be implemented by the time of the demo, just because that's like an entire new system. It would probably take me months to get sorted out, and I feel like I honestly feel like it's better to get something playable that gives you at least the very, very start of the game to kind of sink your teeth into. To just be out there as a thing as I continue working on some of these other aspects of the game. That's true, Sizzle, that's true. But that's the thing, is I don't foresee this being at least at the moment, I don't foresee this being a puzzle-heavy game. It's much more akin to Dark Souls, and it's more like that kind of Metroidvania-ish exploration type of thing. But yeah. So, you're working on doors. I'm thinking what I want to be able to do is first have the door act as an obstacle when it's closed and not be when it's open. And only have it be openable by pressing E when the player has, we'll say, picked up the key item that they need. So to start with that, we actually do need some animations here. So this will be like our little default walking animation. Well, our little default locked animation. Fair enough, JK Sparks. Then what we do is we copy this over to another open slot here. I'll just go with the crouched down set sequence. And this will be sort of our door opening animation, which thankfully I actually do have here. So I'm working on some more tile sets here, and this is like the different frames for the door. What I'll have to do is open up the PNG version to make it easier to work with. And that will allow us to very quickly get our frames set up here. Right here. Oh, V3, Copper Nicholson. I think KJ Sparks is referring to Danganronpa V3, which is a very well done, what's it called? A very well done visual novel. Alright, so, copy the frame. Well, actually, first I want to make sure, okay, good, it's centered. That's one of the things about this chat. It's very important to make sure that that your action point is centered properly, because if it's not, that can really mess you up later on when you're trying to program different things. Yep, exactly, 9 left. Oh yeah, good thinking, KK Sparks. A simple shake. I mean, sound effects could work as like a bare minimum for it being lots, but I was actually thinking doing something more akin to what Dark Souls does. So in Dark Souls, for those who don't know, when you try to open a door that you don't have a key for, it will actually straight up tell you missing a key or something like that. Or if we're going from the meme side of things, if you try to open a door that can only be opened from other side, it will literally just say does not open from this side. Now, my thought, chat, and feel free to give some feedback on this idea, is instead of just that little prompt that says it's locked or does not open from its side, just displaying over the door, what if, just for fun, we actually had Dorothy's own character bots and text bots pop up where she comments, it doesn't open from this side, or it's locked, I don't have the key, something like that. Yep. Oh, that's a good question, Snowflake. So, if I am going to mess around with lighting, it's not going to be until the full dungeon is mapped. And the reason for that is the way different lighting effects would be accomplished would involve active objects of their own. But in order to do that, they're semi-transparent. But to do that effectively, I actually do need to have the dungeon laid out before I start messing with that. So while I agree, since it is mostly underground, having some kind of lighting effects would be cool. But if not, the worst case scenario is just this, what you see there. Which isn't bad, but I agree that some lighting in key places would be nice. Okay, it would be really funny if found a chest that says doesn't open from the side. That's amazing. Yeah, no, exactly, Snowflake. That's why I'm thinking. Of course this logic wouldn't be that easily. I mean, honestly, Dorothy wrote something. Not wrote. I guess wrote or thought something similar in one of her in one of the lore descriptions in the manifest, where Dorothy mentions, "Oh, well, I have the manifest. Can't I just read about stuff that happened in my past?" And she comments that, "Well, no, I can't. It's encrypted. That'd be way too easy." Somehow I knew it wouldn't be that easy. So that would be completely in character for her. And in fact, I will add that to our notes. I actually like that. Of course, this locked. It wouldn't be that easy. So, when trying to open a locked door without the key, have Dorothy say, which again, that I think would be fitting. Oh, great question, KK Sparks. So actually, there should be plenty of stuff that occurs, quote unquote, outside. So it's not all an underground thing. I mean, there should be plenty of underground areas as well, but there are most certainly environments that are more outside. And the idea I had, chat, is when trying to open a door that can only be opened from one side, Dorothy says, "It doesn't open from the side," as a reference to Dark Souls. Anywho. Yeah, Snowflake, those are all great lines. So I'll actually add those as ideas. Because again, those do sound like things Dorothy would say. Again, one of the ways that I describe Heartwell is Dark Souls but cute, and this is definitely one of the ways to do that, is trying to be a little playful with some of the classic stuff you expect in a Souls-like game. Why is the door even locked? Or like this place is actively fighting against me. Actually, yeah, that should be there we go. Yeah. That's why I was doing, just hopping over different frames. I know I tend to get sidetracked a lot about like this on stream, and I apologize for that, chat. This is, I guess, only my second time doing a dev stream. But I will mention that, considering that in the previous dev stream, I basically just showcased Heartwell's mechanics for an hour before getting into actual development, I feel like this is a marginal improvement. Okay. So we need the fourth one. Like that. Alright, sounds good, JJ Sparks. But yeah, there'll definitely be some humor in Heartwell, though I will absolutely not shy away from the from the different moral quandaries and intrigue that I want to have in this game. Alright. Next we need this one. Copper Nicholson, well, that sounds like a nice line. The problem with that is it implies that Dorothy could potentially be strong enough to eventually break a lock, which is not accurate. So, nice idea, and thank you for the suggestion, but I'll have to decline. Oh, that's actually fantastic, Snowflake. Though, I mean, I like the idea. It doesn't quite fit with certain things in the story, but I would definitely reword it in a different way to still be fun. I like that. That's amazing. Honestly, I think it'd be hilarious if Dorothy had it'd be really hard to come up with a bunch of different possibilities, but I think it'd be hilarious if every locked door Dorothy runs across, she has a different comment. Like, that would be... That would just be really funny. Like... I tried hitting locks before. It didn't end too well. Let's just say... You have to get a locksmith. I mean, again, I'm just writing this down for the sake of ideas. I don't think I would use these exact words because it doesn't quite fit. But you know, it's all good. It's just thinking of ideas. I appreciate them. Laser bitches. I mean, no comments. This will have... And I had to mop floors for him. That's hilarious. Oh, that's amazing, Copper Nicholson. I like that. So, when trying to open a locked chest, Dorothy says one of the following. Another locked chest. There better be something good in there. Or else I'm going to be... I'm going to be very disappointed. Something like that. Oh, that's hilarious. Like, actually punching the door. Just imagine, like, if we had a line of code where if you actually try to melee attack the door with your fists, Dorothy says something. That'd be hilarious. So, funny idea. If Dorothy tries to melee attack a locked door with the fist's melee weapon equipped. Dorothy says, ow. Why did I think punching the lock would do anything? Okay. I love how the stream is supposed to be about locks and keys, and it is, technically, but right now we're just talking out with different ideas for comments about locks and keys. I like that, Copper. I could probably smash the chest open, and with enough time and effort. and effort. But I don't want to hurt what... hurt anything inside the chest. I don't want to hurt anything inside. I don't want to hurt anything inside. Guess I better find... Just better find the key. This is all door thing with the word door. I'd read JJ Smart's to read. The store is locked. It must be where they keep the puppies. I have to get it open. Ah, this is hilarious. They keep... Where they keep... puppies. I have to get it open. Now. Yep. Hey, Cool2, thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome to the dev stream, or I guess the idea brainstorming stream at this point. Honestly, you know, these comments are fantastic. Right in the oh, that's great. That's really good. Honestly, Chad, I just thought of something. So, as much as I love writing all these down, there's absolutely no way we would ever have enough of these. So, what I'm going to suggest instead, chat, is if you have an idea for a comment Dorothy did have when trying to open a locked door, and this could be anything, feel free to post your idea in the Heartwell feedback channel in the Discord server, and there you can go crazy, post as many ideas as you want. I mean, I'll write down the last couple I see here, but I'm saying in general, I think that'd be a more efficient way to do this, since that way we could just have like an entire community compendium of hilarious things Dorothy could say, hey, when she tries to open a locked door, and that could be a running gag in the game. I'll just write down these last couple ones you guys are suggesting, but I'm thinking that would be the more efficient way to do this. Yeah, the bathroom is locked. Wait, this isn't the bathroom. Is it? Or something like that. Yep. I bet a cat would love this box. Too bad it's locked. Good job, Nightwatch. Alright, sounds good, chat. And of course, the last one I saw here was something about trying to reach one's hand through like bars in the door. Nope, the bars in this door are too small to fit my hand in. Hey, by hand. Is stuck. Oh, never mind. Yep. Honestly, oh, actually, you know what? That's right, Stizzle. Actually, that's something we can do right now. I am going to switch to a different view just because I know that if there's some, obviously, there's personal information in my drive and stuff, which, you know, don't want to post that on the internet. But I think I think what I'll do, chat, is I'm going to I'm going to actually create a Doodle doc that anyone can join, and that way, you know, we avoid duplicates. So that way there's just one centralized list. And on top of that, I will also add to the Discord server. I guess, honestly, I think this deserves its own channel on the Discord server, so, Heartwell suggestions or something like that. So I will take a moment to set that up. In the meantime, we have Dorothy here. Yeah. No, Cobra Nicholson, I'm not doing that. Give me a second to set some things up. Yeah, as I'm setting things up. Feel free to keep messaging and stuff. Let me just... Well, Discord is being silly. It doesn't seem to want to open right now. There we go. Let me just make a subfolder for Heartwell community suggestions. And we shall add a document known as is there a game dev category that says the theme of the stream on Twitch? There isn't, Gregor, but the closest thing is games and demos, so that's what the current category is. Oh, great question, Snowflake. So, I think that would be better suited for the Heartwell feedback or the Heartwell suggestions channel, just because an enemy idea is like a very specific thing that might take a while to draft up, whereas things like quotes or like little blurbs, Dorothy can say that, you know, that should be more centralized. I'm not so sure about unlocking things, Copper Nicholson, just because I feel like that could get confusing really quickly. Whereas, like, when it's locked, that's kind of funny. But if it's every time you unlock the door, Dorothy says something, I could easily see that being annoying in the long run, unless we have, like, a huge variety of stuff she could say. Especially if, like, you know, you unlock a door and then just behind that's a dungeon, and the text box takes up a decent portion of the screen. Yeah, we shall call this the Dorothy comments, or the Dorothy door and door, chests, and locks dialogue suggestions.
All right.
And this document purpose. If you have suggestions for amusing dialogue that Dorothy could say when attempting to open a locked door, chest, or lock, bootleg Dorothy sprites out, no.
Very much alike.
Feel free to post your ideas here in the appropriate categories. Make that heading 3.
Very much alike.
We'll add a lane 3 that says locked door dialogue.
I'll tell you the truth.
We'll have locked door dialogue, we'll have locked chest dialogue, we'll just have locked dialogue. Or for different circumstances that could potentially arise. And then you all just feel free to go crazy, chat. As posted here, we'll have a chance to be added as bonus as bonus dialogue in the game. And now we just need to share. What I need is Alright, so got ideas for funny or interesting log Dorothy could have when trying to open a locked door chest. Feel free. Your ideas. It might. I did add it to the game. And there we go, chat. So for those who are members of the Antomicx, for those who are on the Antomicx Discord server, there is now a new Heartwell suggestions channel with a link to a Doodle Doc where you can post to your as many ideas as for funny dialogue for Dorothy trying to open different kinds of locked situations as you see fit. And let me see here. So anyway, chat, feel free to give that a try. I just, if someone in chat could just attempt to, I just type anything in there to make sure it's shared properly, since I'm not, I want to make sure it's properly shared and to be edited. Oh, yep, that's the intent KJ's part, so every character will have their own lore to them, I guess their own personality, things like that. Well, I mean, I think, like, an idea for, like, having some kind of, like, master locksmith or something like that would be an interesting idea to add, so I will put that in the suggestion, in the notes, Snowflake. Let me just, add that to the notes here, so we can add, we'll say, a mass ideas for new characters. a master hotsmith who designed most of the locks in the game. Referred to by some as the lock guy. Potentially. Alright. Hey, you. All right, so that's a great question, Gretgor. So you're asking about the tone of the game, essentially. So for Heartwell, better close that. So it's it's interesting because Heartwell, of course, you know, on its surface, it looks like a very cute game, but the actual gameplay itself is, of course, more Souls-like, which is a bit darker. I mean, it's combat, of course. But the way I like to see this is there will be dark areas, not like physically dark, but I mean like tonally dark areas. I mean, looking here, we actually have, well, I mean, this is probably a better example. So, those who are wondering what this is, thanks to some suggestions from you all, chat, I found a tile editor that's actually really effective. And this is kind of more like what the aesthetic would be. So, you know, exactly. So, it's a mix between cuteness and darkness, is my thought. So, obviously, you know, characters are adorable. The enemies look adorable. They look cute. But the atmosphere will have some dark undertones to it. So, but the thing is, show chat, is Heartwell will definitely, just by the nature of it, is that be more upbeat than your typical Souls-like game. Because most Souls-like games go super dark. Like, we're talking Grim Noir style, or your Bloodborns, or things like that, and that's fine. There's certainly a lot of fun to be had in those atmospheres, but I feel like Heartwell will be kind of more like a more jovial take on a Souls-like, without sacrificing the other ideas I have with morality and storytelling and things like that. So a very story-heavy Souls-like game that's a lot more. That's definitely very cute, shall we say? Oh, one okay, that's what I was concerned about. Let me try to fix that. I apologize, chat. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing, Sizzle. If you're right. Of course, it's on its left. Oh yeah, the document's left. I'm sorry. Let me fix this. So. Editors can change permissions. Okay. So, let us try this. Oh, a good question, Gretgor. So, you're asking me how is the workflow done of the different tile editor? I think it'll work pretty well. I haven't copied any like tiles over there yet, just because I haven't designed the levels themselves yet in full. But my thought is, oh, hello. Hey, Jinsoku, thanks for dropping by. It's been a while. How you been? I'm just working on developing Heartwell. I mean, it's an interesting idea. I'm fine with switching between different programs, as I will have to anyway, in order to break up the maps into 512 by 512 images to put in active backdrop objects. But I think the... I know, Copper Nicholson, I'm fixing the document. Give me a second. Anyone with this link can view. Okay. I have those of you can edit. Okay. And then we just... Alright. I think that should fix it. Give it a try, chat. Alright, well, I'm seeing somebody's editing something, so it's clearly working. There you go, chat. Have fun. But yeah, overall, I'm fine with switching between Crota and Sizzlift because I have to in order to work with Fusion 2.5 effectively. And not to mention, while you might say, well, Antomicx, why don't you just edit it all in Fusion? And that's just because it would take a lot more time. And if I had to make minor edits to a level, that would be a nightmare to mess around with. Whereas if I edit it, we'll say in an outside software, then bring it in, then all I have to do is put in all like the collision boundaries and stuff like that, and actual like interactive stuff. While the background can be an easily editable, like pixel art stuff. So it's a huge improvement in efficiency. Let me just close out of that. There we go. Alright. So, back to what I was doing before we got sidetracked again. Trying to add in these animations for the door. Yep, it's working. Thanks, Copper Nicholson. Glad to hear it. What's the lots bank supposed to mean? What do you mean by a bank, KK Sparks? I don't think I had a bank. If you're referring to something written in the documents, I think I said a lot's locked. Maybe it autocorrects it to bank. I don't know. But the idea of a lot's locked is just a lock that's on something that isn't a door or a chest. Oh, awesome. Thanks for answering suggestions, Repcore. Well, I mean, it's good to have a variety, so there can be some more upbeat ones, there can be some more negative ones. It really depends on the mood of the situation, of where the door is, of course. So, like, imagine if, for example, Dorothy had to go through, like, a really challenging platforming segment with tons of tough enemies and traps, only to find that the door at the very end was locked. I feel like she'd be feeling pretty negative after that. She's like, oh, come on, I went through all of that, and it's locked? Are you kidding me? Like... On the other hand, there'd be times where it'd be more neutral or upbeat. And again, the idea of the documents there is just suggestions. I of course remain full control over whether I add any of the suggestions or not. Yep. No, if anything, Sizzle, I think it's actually a huge time saver because it's... How do I describe this? It's a huge time saver because before, I remember how long it took me just to make this last stream. This took, like, I think like an hour or something, just trying to mess around with different files. At that point, that's just not a very efficient use of objects at that point. Whereas if these were just like, you know, chunky background objects that all tile like together, I feel like that would be much, much easier to implement and update. That'd be pretty funny, Snowflake. Be sure to post that in the document then. Hey, Crispy Chicky, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome to the dev stream. How you been? Right now, we are in the process of getting the functionality for doors available. So, there's a locked door. And now, let's see how this looks when it's animated. Oh, that is way too slow. No. Way too slow. Let's speed that up. There we go. That looks more fluid. I like that. Yes. Alright. So, we have our animation. Now we go into programming land. Oh, doing well. About to make dinner. That... Oh, you're making dinner and you'll have us to accompany you. That's awesome, Crispy Chicky. It's alright to ask, what are you making for dinner? I know tonight I had some pasta I made a little while back. The first thing I actually need to do is make sure that collision functionality works. So, duplicate this. One for each object. We're going to end up looking back in some code I had for just regular collisions. So, I think it would have been under walls. Possibly floors. I'm just looking for a background. Yeah, so what we need is stuff like this to make sure that if Dorothy hits a door and she's not supposed to, she stopped. Stop loop up, stop loop left, stop loop right. All right. So we'll copy that. But we'll copy all of these and delete some just for reference material. Okay. So I do this a lot, chat, where I will copy stuff down just to make sure I have material that I can reference. Then I commented it out so it's not doing anything. So we get rid of that, this. And now we have basically some nice references for how to ensure that the player code stops the player properly if in an obstacle situation. So what I'm thinking is we'll have a flag here that will represent whether or not the door is open or closed. So if a door is... If the first flag is off, that means that the door is locked. So if the door's locked, obviously, then Dorothy should not be able to do anything with that. I actually have to get rid of the ForEach loop in this case. All the cats, I see. So, yeah, on loop right. Yeah, ultimately these are pretty simple lines of code, but they will get the job done. So, all right. Oh, cool. KK Sparks following another game dev that's working on a game that teaches feminism. Interesting. I wish them the best of luck with their game's development. Alright, so now we stop, loop up, and loop down. So, those are wondering what's a loop, Antomicx. So, the way Dorothy moves is with the use of fast loops, and fast loops allow Dorothy to move a certain number of pixels in a given amount of time. These different loops are what actually dictate which direction Dorothy moves, so up, down, left, right. And if those loops are stopped, it means Dorothy can't move any further in that direction due to some condition. In this case, colliding with a particular object. Yeah. Let's get rid of that one. Copy that. Okay, so I'm seeing that these are all just set positions, so those can just be mass copied. It's the last ones that are unique, so Y position +1, Y position -1. Alright, if we did all that correctly... Oh, how could I forget? We need to make sure there's a collision between these things. Because if not, then this just becomes pointless. I don't. But yeah, so that's how the basis of how fast loop works. Is that you're having the character move a set number of pixels in a certain given time. So, as it currently stands, if I did this correctly, let's give this a test. Also make sure that fine detection is not on, because we just want this to be a rectangular box. Alright, so if I did this correctly, perfect, chat! Look at that! We can't do anything! It's stopping us! There we go. So as you can see, the door just, it stops us. We cannot go past it. Do not pass go. Do not collect $2,000. Or $200. We are... It is locked. So, that's how you stop that. And it works even with, like, the fastest movements we have. So if I sprint into it, obviously nothing's working. If I try to dash into it, nothing happens. Which is exactly what we want. So, I'm going to write a little comment here just to remind us of what these do. Lines 1 through 4 above. Stop the Dorothy from going through a door if it is locked. Okay. Yep, that should take this part. I mean, there is some typing, but it's not like lines of code. The most I would ever have to type is something like this. So, let me show you. Well, actually, let's just insert a compare to general value situation. So this is the most I could expect to type is comparing two different equations like this. And while these equations can add quite complex by adding in a bunch of variables, this is the most I would ever have to type in terms of code. Just simple numeric comparisons. Oh, that'd be a good fourth wall break. Dang it, he didn't forget to put collision on this one either. But anyway, that's I don't want that there. That's 0 equals 0 is just a recipe for disaster. But what we have accomplished here is we've made sure that it will not allow Dorothy to go through if it's in the locked state, which it is by default. Now, line 5 above will opens the door. Well, let's just have if Dorothy has the corresponding key. Now, that's not how it's going to work quite yet, but that's how it will eventually work. For a simple test, chat, what we're going to do is... I think the first thing we should honestly do is make sure there's a button prompt in case Dorothy does get close. So, with this kind of a door, where it's facing the side like this, I would want the E to be more to show up more to like either the left or right side, and that way it will, like if this were like a wall situation, let's say, it'd be more like this. So if the E shows up there or there, that's fine. So we'll just actually use some of our code from last stream. Or I should say some of our animations from last stream. So remember this, chat? Actually, well, I mean, we can use E, just the letter E here. So, boop. Copy that over. Let's add another direction. I just realized we're going to need to resize this. I need just a little bit of space to the left. Let's go with... I think that'll do. We add 16, so I will have to add 16 in the X direction. So 31. To ensure that it all lines up properly. Like that. Perfect. Then we'll copy over the E. Like that. And that will give us an indication that, hey, this is, you can press E here. Well, actually, I need to move this around. Do we ever have it so Dorothy joins the stream? I think it, Snowflake asked, do we ever have Dorothy joins the stream? I think it could be good to, think about how Dorothy would respond to things and what she would talk about and could help flesh out her character more. Sounds like a fun idea, Snowflake. I will say, though, I think that, again, that might make more sense once the demo's out, because I already have a pretty good idea of what kind of a character Dorothy is, so... I mean, I base a lot of Dorothy's mannerisms and how she sees the world off of, I guess, my own experiences. So, while Dorothy isn't, an 100% copy of myself, case in point being that Dorothy is terrible, is certainly no engineer of any kind. She's very positive and upbeat about things most of the time. She tries to look on the positive sides of things. She's very empathetic towards others. And she has a really large amount of grit and determination. So, a really high capacity for perseverance. So she's the type of person who ideally will not give up, which, again, is fitting of a Souls-like game, because that's kind of how I see the Chosen Undead in Dark Souls. Is the Chosen Undead that ends up defeating the final boss is someone who truly does not give up. Oh, cool. So you enjoyed Dungeons and Dragons. That's awesome. That's awesome. I do too. What was I gonna say? But yeah, we just have a simple loop here. We'll have a little get rid of that. So while I do think I would be able to portray Dorothy effectively if there was an option for her to join the stream, I just don't. It's just I'm wary because I don't want to before the demo. I want to keep the story super close to my chest, and even after the demo's released, anything that's beyond the scope of the demo in terms of lore-wise, I would keep close to my chest until it becomes relevant. Since Heartwell is a very story-heavy game, and I think, one of the reasons you play the game is to experience its story. Does that make sense, Snowflake? It tells Dorothy learns to use the manifest to create specific keys. Well, the thing is about that, Sizzleth, is, like I said, Dorothy is not like an engineer or anything like that. And to use the manifest effectively, you need to be extremely specific. So, in the case of, a lock, just try picture this, Sizzleth. If you were to use the manifest to create a custom key that would open up a particular lock, you would you basically have to describe in detail the different dimensions of that key. And bear in mind, you have to do that when you can't actually take the lock apart to see what the correct configuration is. So, not particularly practical, shall we say. Especially for someone who isn't mechanically inclined. Alright. Now, let's add in a little animation line. I'm thinking is player characters within a certain distance from the door. That's when we'll have to change this animation a little bit. We set direction. I actually like the calculation better, so we'll set direction to 1. But if they're in a different position than that, then of course it will do things a bit differently. So if it's lower or equal there, greater or equal there, we'll have to add some or statements. Then, of course, we'll have what we're looking for here, with the little animation popping up. For each, for each, for each, for each. Alright, or logical. Oh, wait. No, that won't work. So, in order for this to work, it would need to be within a certain distance in the Y direction, so... So that's a little more complicated. Not too much more, just a smidge. Yeah, you're asking for dialogue. Plan to use dialogue boxes showing faces like a Mori, or will it be more like Undertale? Great question, KK Sparks. I think it's more akin to a Mori, but I think Shining Force is actually the closest analog. So, since you are all here, chat, might as well show you this. Let me show you what a typical character portrait actually does look like. So, let's go with... here we are, Dorothy. So, here we go, chat. For reference, you know, that's actual size Dorothy in-game. This is what a character portrait looks like, and this is probably what a text box looks like. So, there'd be text over there, and you'd obviously have your character's display over here. If that made sense, KK Sparks. Fair enough. Amori is a fairly recent, I think, RPG game that came out. But yeah, so to answer your question, KK Sparks, this is kind of what a character portrait looks like. And that's how it would be displayed. Thanks for the compliment, KK Sports. I agree. I will mention, setting this up took forever, because I am not the best artist by any stretch of the imagination. But getting to a point where I was actually enjoying what I was making with the character portrait, it felt really satisfying, but it took a while to get this going. But after making Dorothy, then it's subsequent character portraits were easier just because I had a better understanding of how to do something like this. Anywho. Yep, Amori's a very interesting game for sure, Snowflake. I think, I actually watched Nico B's Let's Play of Amori, and from what I saw, it looks... I think they did a phenomenal job with its story and how they presented it, and how they told their story, and tied that to gameplay. But I could kind of see where Nico was coming from, where he said that the actual, like, gameplay of it itself and headspace with all the battle systems and stuff, it's not... I guess it doesn't really hit its full potential. And based off what I saw, I think I tend to agree. Like, on its surface, it has, like, a great foundation. But it doesn't... But I think Nico rightly pointed out that until you reach, like, we'll say the Hikikomori route, which is not the quote-unquote canon route of the game anyway, you don't really get to a point where you get to play with those mechanics in a super amount of depth. Exactly correct. Or either it's not challenging at all, or you're in the Hikikomori and you have enemies that are so challenging, but not in a fun way. I think that it was Perfect Heart that was the boss Nico pointed out, where she just has an attack that does a lot of damage to everyone, and there's no way to counter it. Fun. Like, there's no, like, back and forth or playing with the mechanics there. At least with, I think it was there was one boss where, like, he had no emotion, and you had to actually make him have emotions to damage him. That was a clever use of their mechanics. But it's just, like... It's clear that I think the biggest focus was on the story, and while the story's phenomenal, it's just... It's a shame that the gameplay doesn't have, it is only, we'll say, it's a shame that the actual gameplay loop is only above average. And it's like you would want a game like that to have an excellent gameplay loop to complement the excellent story. So it'd be, like, truly masterful, and something that you'd say, you need to play this game 1000%. It's a must-play. That could be a TT Sports. I think if you like a good story, and you're okay with with a really, really dark story, Amori's great. But if you're looking for interesting gameplay or from RPGs or stuff, I mean, it's kind of neat, but it's at the same time, it doesn't really make make full use of its mechanics as much as you wish it would. Anyway. I think Amori talked us over to his left. I'm trying to... right now, I'm just trying to make sure that this is working properly, so... That'll set direction to... 0. And if we did this correctly... So I got close. Perfect! Look at that, chat! Pressy! Pressy! That is... I am actually noticing something, chat. So, one thing I am is that just an animation glitch? It might be. One thing I am noticing is seem to be getting off center with the animations here. It might be an order thing. So... Yeah, it's probably an order thing, if I had to guess. So, if I move those to the bottom... Oh, wait a minute. No, those are at the bottom. Yeah, they should be at the top, then? Okay. Yep, let's, Oh, there we go, that fits it. Yep, just an order thing. There we go, look at that. Perfect stopping. Anyway, but yeah, as you can see, we walk up to it, it presses E. I think we're going to have to make it a little bit more, Alright, so I think on the bottom side we're fine. Maybe just give it a little more leeway there. But the top side, we definitely need to give some more leeway, because I forgot how the collision box works here. So what I'm thinking is... Probably 24 down here. And 32 up top. As for the left and right sides, I think we need 28. 32 respectively should be plenty of space. Well, oh, hold on, I need to make sure that these lines are changed. All right. All right. Well, there's our E. Oh dear. Ah. Well, something isn't right here, chat. What did I do? Oh, I know what happens. So, yeah, we'll have to be careful about where we place these doors, just because what happened is we actually got stuck in the letter E, so that's hilarious. But it's, that's not something that would happen in gameplay, because there would usually be a wall there that would prevent us from going there. That's pretty funny. Yeah, E has collisions. Mistakes have been made! The greatest enemy of all! The one that can lock us firmly in place. Text boxes! That's great. Alright, I think, in terms of how close you have to get, I think that's pretty good, honestly. Like, you have to get pretty close for it to show up. So it's not going to be super obnoxious. Yeah, I think that's a good range we got there, chat. Now I'll just amend all these to be 24s and 32s respectively. Just to stay consistent. Right now this is a vertical facing door. I've been tracked by the E. That feels like it should be a meme, honestly. I've been tracked by the E, and you just like have a person that's just with the letter, like a caption of letter E, just like smashed through them. Amazing. Okay. $32, $32, $34, $32. Yes, Dorothy with an E. That bug was evil. Yes, yes, yeah. Oh, chat. Keep all the good memes. Yeah, lines 6 and 7, 5 and 6 above. Controls display of E text prompt. Make sure door is placed in a position where E cannot be accessed to avoid getting stuck. You cannot. Line 7 above is what would open the door. Well, if you approach the door from above, well, I mean, it does work as intended. So as you can see, the E prompt shows up. I mean, granted, we'll say walk behind the door, be kind of like, appearing like that. I mean, we could get an effect like that, but from a purely functional standpoint, this accomplishes what we would otherwise need. It requires the fewest lines of code. It does what it's supposed to. It's supposed to be a barrier that we will eventually be able to unlock things with. But yeah, so as you can see, there's no way to actually walk in this. I'm not going to walk in surfing right because, as we learned last time, that gets us stuck. We get stuck because that E has collision. So we gotta be super careful with that, which is why. But normally there would be a wall there, so we wouldn't be able to do that anyway. Oh, that sounds like fun, KJ Sparks. When the pandemic is over, I'd honestly say I'd probably start going back to conventions again, because I always had so much fun going to like different conventions, where you'd have like cosplayers everywhere, and there'd be lots of nerd stuff to do. But definitely not safe to do that at this point in time. At least unless, just because of the, the pandemic. I've also always wanted to go to E3. I've never have, though. I feel like that'd be fun. Either that or PAX East. That'd be great. I mean, it's true stuff. Like, I am a nerd, and I embrace that. Aw, thanks for the boop. I approve. That's stuff. Like, yep, thanks for making the reference to, Crosscode. E3, yes, good Maurice. Oh no! Triple the E's. And Dorothy's like, please stop. Please, no more E's. Thanks for the boops, everyone. Thanks for the boops. But now we have to do the actual act of programming. So first, what I'll do, chat, is I'll program it so that the door just opens and we press E when we're close enough. And then what we'll do is we'll program it to actually allow us through. So, in order to do that, we actually will need a... Well, the crouch down animation is the act of opening it. The stand up animation, on the other hand, will be what allows us to signify it's open. So that, and we will need the I'm being dumb. Oh, cancel. Definitely cancel that. Yep. Mistakes were made. I accidentally deleted the crouch down animation. I'm at the stand up animation. So, crouch down, get us this one. Loop that. This will signify being open. The thing will always default to this, unless we add some lines of code to change that. So, do another for each situation here, where for each loop door, a simple check where if the flag is a flag on, this will be flag 0. Flag 0 must be on. Then what happens is we change this animation stand up. And what that will do, chat, is that forces the thing to be in the open animation. But also, if that flag is on, then the collision, of course, fails, which is what we want. So, upon pressing E, we might actually need a buffer animation now I'm thinking about it, in order to get the sound effects to work properly. Going back to seeing the sun again. Okay, sounds good, Sizzle. Sounds good. Yep, thanks for all the boops, chat. I'm trying to read through chat. I was a little distracted. So many boops. When there's an interaction feature, depending on the person you would ship Dorothy with, you'll draw Dorothy getting booped by them, or vice versa. I approve. I 100% approve. And well, KK Sports, while the character affinity capability won't be implemented in the demo, I think there will be enough for you to go off of, hopefully, with that idea you have once the demos are revealed. What's the clock thing? Oh, you mean this? The timer? That's just an internal timer that can be used to do different events after certain amounts of time. I use it sometimes, but I find the animations are a bit more reliable. Yeah, fair enough, Redcore. Fair enough. I know it's just Dorothy was so confirmed. I mean, to be fair, there will probably be a lot of potential ships. Since, chat, you know how much I like shipping characters when I play video games, and considering this is a video game that I have full control over, of course I'm going to allow that to be a thing. But the question is, who is the first potential ship? Well, you'll just have to wait for the demo to find that out. But I am excited. I've already spent a lot of time writing about the characters that will be in the demo. Snowflake ships Dorothy with Watts because it's a love-hate relationship. I mean, the relationship is a happy one 50% of the time, isn't it? Yeah, it's epic. Well, can't wait for someone who's not related to Toe in any way, shape, or form to be in this game. Fair enough. You ship the snakes? Okay, Director. Again, no comment yet, Topper Nicholson, since I don't know the full amount of characters that will be in the game, and thus I do not know what the full amount of romanceable options would be in the game yet. You should Dorothy with the snake! No! No! Alright, no, what? Chat, you're hilarious. Now I'm distracted, though. What was I doing? Oh, right, I need a buffer animation. So, chat, you may be asking, Antomicx, what's a buffer animation? Well, a buffer animation is when I purposely create an animation and that does nothing. For, on the outset, it looks like nothing is happening. However, what it does is it allows me to have a point in time where I can have a sound effect occur, and thus tie sound effects occurring to specific animations rather than to any internal timer. And I find that to be much more consistent with getting sound effects to play at the proper time. To be fair, Snowflake, Dorothy is... oh, one second. This is somewhat loud right now. Anyway, to be fair, Snowflake, Dorothy is canonically bisexual, so, you know, there will, at least at present time, there are plans to have both female and male potential romanceable options. So, that's what I'm saying, you know, Dorothy's canonically bisexual, so you can go either way. Okay, so, anyway, this will be our little buffer animation. It's just, all it needs to do, chat, is be long enough to signify, opening. So, for a sound effect. So, we'll set it at 20, see how that goes, and go from there. Since, I do this all the time with my sound effects, too. Is I'll have a buffer animation that actually activates the sound effects in question at the appropriate time. So in this case, no comment, Cool2. Alright, sounds good, Jinsoku. Thank you so much for dropping by, and hope you have an awesome nap. Oh, that's actually a good question, KK Spark. So those diamonds are a they're what's called a VIP diamond. So they're for I can only give a certain amount of them because it's dependent on how many chatters there are at any given time. But I generally give them to people who've either been here for a while or are frequent chatters here. So that's what I typically do with them. Just as a nice little way to signify that they're a fairly active part of the community. But I will mention that if more people are able to interact in chat and get me to the achievements where I can increase the VIP count, that's when I would be able to, of course, give out more VIPs to others. Exactly, Rekor. Now, where is... What was I doing? Right, buffer animation. So, a new event. What this will do... Alright, well, here, this will actually change the animation to... climbing. And... Dirt, has an animation finished. Climbing is finished. Also set the flag on, so we'll set on flag 0. Flag 0 is on. Actually, no, I think just the animation climb is over should be sufficient. This is when we would actually set flag 0 on. Yeah, you change animations here, it's to stand up. Well, no, not stand up, to crouch down. We'll play a sound. That wall animation. Crouch down is plank. So I think that will work correctly. We also need sound effects. So play sample. Uninterruptible. I just need... Where did I put that one? Somewhere in here. Thought I had it in here. Must have gotten removed by accident. Well, now we search. Where was it? Shed open? Let's slide open. There we go, that's what it was. Okay. Alright, let's see how this sounds, chat. Okay, that was a little bit too, I like the second one, but the first one happened too fast, so we'll need to slow that down just a smidge. Need to have time for the sound effect to work. Oh, it's not a jam drawer, about that, correct lore. What I'm doing right now is trying to set up the... Okay, fair enough, Snowflake. In that case, let me remedy this right now. 1 second, chat. And after I remedy this, then of course I will allow. We will attempt to get this door to work properly. Okay. Oh, no, not that, Copper Nicholson. I was trying to make sure that the... what I was trying to do was make sure the... Why am I losing words? Words are hard right now. Sorry. Okay. I was trying to make sure that the sound effects were playing properly. The second one works great, but it's just the first one happened a little too fast. Anyway, now, Tay Sparks, I believe, you have been around for a long time, so I feel like it's fitting. You should have the diamond as your name, so give it a try. You almost say they work hard. Well said. Well said, Stizzleth, well said. But yeah, if you're there, Tay Sparks, try sending a message, and we'll see if the role's updated. Now, this will be our attempt. Okay, I like that. I like that. Let me just... I mean... So yeah, now it's, There we go. Now the sound effects work cool. As you can see, chat, when it's open, we can, we can do what we want. But I also programmed it so it won't let us walk through until it starts to open. So if I just hold up, that's when we can actually go through, if that makes sense. So it does work. Ta-da! Working exactly as intended. Alright. Well, except for the fact that we don't want doors to just be openable without a key. So now we have, door opening functionality. Woohoo! Which is great. We just need to make sure it's tied to a key. In terms of what this will look like in game, kind of more like this. So, just like that. I think that'll do quite nicely. Anywho. Well, I intend to work a little bit more on that, chat, to make sure we have our key ability here. But I think that will actually be a good spot to take the first break. So, don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back. Alrighty, chat, welcome back. So, let's get back to programming land. Okay, so that's working correctly. The animations are working correctly. I should update the comment. So 7 to 8. Well, it's gonna be line 9 now. Controls door opening animations. Is open. Actually, no, that should be line 7. And this should be line 8. I don't. All right. So in terms of getting this to work to the T properly, I'm actually going to have to make use of the save file because that's where this information is going to be stored eventually. So, in order to use the save file effectively, chat, the first thing I need to do is actually get another piece of code I use to input save data. So without that, this is going to be a pain. All right, there we go. That's good. That'll provide a good baseline. So, how do save files work in Heartwell, you ask me, Thomas? Well, we use arrays to act as different arrays act as ways to store information. Since they're one of the sorry about that. They are one of the fastest ways to store and retrieve massive amounts of data in Fusion 2.5. And they also have the benefit or drawback, depending on how you perceive it, of being not that easy to read compared to something like an ini file. So this is the one right here where we would have that. We'd also going to need to have a check here to make sure that the correct key is in the player's possession. So obviously we don't want the player to be able to open up a door if they either don't have the right key or if they don't have any keys. So the way to do that is to we need to compare two general. We'll have to compare two general values here. Now I will have to exit out of. What I'm doing, chat, is watching Twitch on my. Oh, never mind. I can look at this on my own notes. I just will need to switch to something else. So I'll run up Heartwell again real quick, just to give me a moment to look through my save file notes. All right. Good question, Snowflake. I think for keys, I'd say no for a couple of reasons. One is, in Dark Souls, keys are infinite use because there's only a set number of doors. Well, you know, a certain set of doors that they work for. So destroying the key after you open a door doesn't make, you don't really gain anything from doing that. But on the flip side, let's say you end up in a situation where the player opens a door, but the animation doesn't finish and they accidentally close Heartwell. Well, now you're if the key were destroyed after that, you might be in a situation where there's a room you just cannot open, which is definitely no bueno. So my thought, Snowflake, is that once you get a key, it's a it's a key item at that point. Not I don't say that to be like a pun. I mean quite literally, it's a key item. It's not something you get rid of. So, well, keys are limited in the fact that there's only, specific doors that they work on. But in theory, you could use that key the same infinite amount of times on that door in case, for whatever reason, some glitch happened and a door closed that should be open. That's a good question, Qual2. What was the first game with key items? I think that's actually worth a Google search. So chat, if you're curious about that, feel free to look into the history of key items in video games. I would be curious to hear about that. Okay. So it's 96.3 file array and 97. Okay. I'll write myself a quick note here. Oh, you might be right about that cool too, though I'm not sure. All right. I still like that. That's a lot. But anyway, let's get back to the programming. So what I've done here, chat, is I've wrote in basically a little note that's like pseudocode here to describe what I'm doing. So the arrays in question that are relevant, this is like an x coordinate, a y coordinate, and a z coordinate, and that's how I like to increment things with my save file arrays. So in this particular case, when we're pressing E on this door, we want it to read a specific value. So the x coordinate would be this in the array, and I have like a big spreadsheet where I have a little note of what each specific cell in the array represents. For obvious reasons, I keep that again close to my chest for obvious reasons. But this is what allows us to recover information. What we need is 3 plus a what's it called? In this particular case, all we need is the increments of the amount of keys in this particular area. Though I imagine as things get more complicated, I am actually going to need to keep track of which key is which. Oh, what we could do, chat, now I'm thinking about it. I'll come back to this in a second, but we need 2 alterable values for each of these doors to represent certain things. Okay, fair enough, Ripper, fair enough. So what I just realized would be useful is if there's an we need 2 alterable values. One is for frame. Well, actually, do we need a frame alterable value? I think we will for the key itself, not necessarily for the... Okay, how would we even increment that? It'd have to be on a case-by-case basis. I think for now, just a simple, if it's a certain number, that should work. And I can have different numbers representing which key becomes which. But in this case, this is literally frame 0, metaphorically speaking, so our increment does not need a frame number in this case, as it's just the start. So we know it's going to be an ETS of 96, and since this is the first door, it is a increment of 3. And finally, save file array is just a global variable I use to determine which save file it is. Or save file number, I should say. There we go. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I need to do that again. So we have to write a specific value. So we're writing a value 1. 1 meaning it's active. 2, 96, 3, save file number. Alright. By doing that, well, actually, wait. No. That's for the key. It should be 97. My bad. So what this is doing, chat, is it's forcing the game to remember that this particular door is open. I think for this, what we would do is so it's 3 plus the ForEach loop. So for each loop of doors, well, shouldn't be a loop fits value. It should be the current iteration. Yeah, loop iteration. There we go. So that will ensure that that different doors can act independently with keys. Also want a starter frame situation. I think what we can do, chat, actually is tie this to the we just need like a starter frame event. So for each star frame. What we'll do is we need to check again 2 global values or 2 general values. These being different values in the save file array. So 96, 3 plus loop iteration of doors. Save file number. Well, so 97, 3 plus doors. It has to be, just has to be greater than 0. But that is the case. Well, actually, we could just leave it as there, and just make sure, like, we can say if a flat is off. do a change animation sequence to stand up and do that. So basically what this is saying, chat, is if the door is already open, it should stay open. It should just stay open. Alright, Soundset Sizzle, thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have an awesome night. Yeah, sorry about that, KJ Sparks. I was a little distracted, so I was looking at older messages in the chat. My apologies. Anyway, what this will do, just make sure that if the particular door has already been opened, then it will set that flag on. And set it so that it stays open. Pressing E here is what allows us to set that thing to 1. But in order to do that, we need to make sure that we're, again, comparing two general values to make sure we have the right key. Well, just for a test, what we can do is, we'll insert a new event. So in this case, on pressing a key, let's go with M. We're going to write a certain value to 0 just so we can reset the door. In this case, we'll write the value 0 to the door. So, alright. So for the sake of testing, now we can finally test these things. So as you can see, we press E. Oh dear. Well, I don't know if it's that, but at the very least, the door stays open, as expected. So that's, at least that works correctly. But we do need to fix that. I'm just resetting there, right there. So, flag 0 is on. Not while animation crouch down is playing, not while animation climbing is playing. That should probably most likely fix it. Or not. Oh, I see the problem. I think I see the problem. So that line is what changes it to stand up. But here, we need to make sure that crouch down and climbing are not playing. We do it that way. Okay. And if we open. Oh. Oh, whoops. That isn't right. Okay, now it's open. There we go, chat. It works. It works exactly as intended. So as you can see, door's locked. Can't do anything. Press E. Door opens. And now, if we, close out and open it back up, it's still open. There we go, chat. We have accomplished door. Now all we need is the key. Yep, door achieved. door work. Well, actually, the door is a lot worse, so that just dun. Okay, but in all seriousness, the thing with this door is this reminds me of a moment where I guess I was rating one of Green Tea Wasted streams, and Green Tea Wasted was playing Minecraft, if I remember correctly. And he was talking about how much he loves how creative you can be in Minecraft, and you can make so many creative things. But around that same time in that stream, so this is a little backstory, around the same time in that stream, Green Tea Wasted was, he spent, I want to say like 5 or 10 minutes, like a couple of minutes trying to understand how levers work in Minecraft, and he put a lever next to a door and pressed the lever and opened the door, and that's, again, Green Tea Wasted being relatively new to Minecraft, found that to be really interesting. Like, oh, look at this! The door can open from the lever, or from a pressure plate or something like that. And so what I said to, as like a joke was, And Brings You Wasted says, oh, you can... In Minecraft, there's endless possibilities for creativity. And then I just reply simply, Brings You Wasted. Pressure plate, make door go open. That's kind of how I feel right now, because all we've accomplished is pressing a button makes, when we're close to the door, because I'm spamming E right now, nothing's happening, but if I get close, makes the door go open. So that's what we accomplished. I'm not sure Kowal too. And that's just a story from a while back, so it was one of my earlier raids of Brings You Wasted. Of course, now I'll reset the door just because we will need that to be lots for this next test. So what I'm going to do, chat, now is try... Well, first I should probably update this to make sure we have enough lines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... And okay. The line 10. 10 opens door fully if the door was previously opened. And this line, of course, is a test, so we'll be deleting the M line once this is all said and done. Hey, Jake Eagle to Eagle. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? This is my IDE. What do you mean by IDE or IDE? Yeah, so this is what the software looks like on the inside. This is what Clickteam Fusion 2.5 looks like. So what I'm thinking is this active object would be our key. Idea. Okay, idea. Fair enough. We'll obviously change what this looks like. I'm just going to use the placeholder for the sake of this test. We want to make sure that if Dorothy's going to pick up this particular object, she needs to be like right on top of it. Or at least on the same tile, I'd want to say. So, definitely like a minus 16 plus 16 thing here. So this is what will give us the E prompt again. Well, I mean, we'll work on that line soon. First, we want to just get the functionality here. Oh yeah, exactly, J Eagle to Eagle. Yep, this is the place where you write code, metaphorically speaking. My mic went mute? Oh, no, my apologies. Ew. That'll play as sound effects, but what we really want is to give ourselves a key. In order for this to work properly, we actually do need to make sure that we are comparing if the door has the right key. And we do that here. So what I'm going to do is compare basically two values, and this is going to be respectively the door value and the key value. In this case, this would be keys for things that are on this particular level. But I imagine there'll be a point where keys could be potentially in different frames, so this will have to get amended at some point. Currently compares the value of a key and door from the same frame will have to be altered if the key is from a different frame. So, to do more tailored things. JDL, you probably used it when it was called, like, the Games Factory 2 or Multimedia Fusion 2. That's what it used to be when I used it, but now it's just called Clickteam Fusion 2.5. I mean, I think that's more for branding purposes, honestly. It's very much functionally the same software. They've just made a whole bunch of revisions and additions to it. Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, fun fact, chat, Multimedia Fusion 2 was the software I used to make my first 2 games. And Clickteam Fusion 2.5 is just the natural extension of that. And then still a lot of the same functionality I know and love from Multimedia Fusion 2, but with a lot of added benefits. But yeah, so what we're doing there, chat, is we're comparing the door value to the key value. And by doing that, it's basically a check to see if the door value is the same as the key value. So in this case, actually, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. We're not comparing the value there. We're comparing if, okay, we actually need 2 lines of code here, I just realized. So we need this to compare if the key is present. So that will determine if the key is present. Well, we'll say if the correct key is present. Because if it's not present, then nothing will happen. Not really, Jake Eagle. The reason is this is the software I know the best. And while I have used code before in, like, high school and stuff, I greatly prefer this software to writing out lines of code, personally. Anyway, if we did this correctly, then what should happen? Well, hold on, I need to actually make sure we're writing something here. Okay. Okay. So again, this is a nice little test. If I go up to the door, as we can see, nothing happens. I'm spamming E, nothing's happening because we do not have the key yet. But if I go over here and I press E, oh dear. What did I do wrong? Oh, I see. Yep, that'll do it. Chat. What I basically did was I programmed a lever to open the door, not the key. That's fair enough. I don't get me wrong, writing code is super satisfying. I just greatly prefer this, personally. Mistakes rate. I mean, to be fair, that functionality would be useful for a different sort of door. The times where it's like you need to actually hit a lever to open it. Which will be in the game as well. But as you can see, again, nothing's happening. We don't have the key. I press E here. Now I have a key. Now I go over here. And it opens. There we go, chat. Pressure my big door to open. Yes, Snowflake. but now we've actually done it. Now, and then just as a test, just to show it, and I'm going to reset the door, but we should still have the key now. So I go up and it opens. Pretty neat, right, chat? Alright. Of course, probably make this so that it allows us to reset that particular key as well, just for the sake of testing purposes. And I also think, we'll just make this like the hard reset button for doors. So we'll set off flag 0, animation change, animation sequence to stopped. And this will allow us to infinitely reset this for testing purposes. So if I press M, resets the door, all's well and good. Can't do anything because I don't have the key yet, as you can see. Get my door, get my key. And there we go. Bada bing, bada bum. Testing. And one thing we could do, chat, just as an added bonus, is, well, actually, no. I think the Dorothy comments of trying to open a door that we don't have the key for would be fine. But we could very easily just, if we wanted to, put in a line to add a sound effect if Dorothy tries to open a door but she doesn't have the keys. Like maybe a little jingle or something. Honestly, yeah, that'd be a nice touch. So, let's see, which line of code was... Line... Yeah, so it has to be this line of code, so... What we'll actually do here is, rid of that. Rid of that. And we'll play a different sound effect. So this needs to be just something that sounds like it just won't open. So... Probably just like a little click of some kind. Yeah, something like that would be good. Just won't open. Yeah. But that is equal to 0. Okay. So let's give it a try, chat. Just a little sound effect test. There we go. Oh, and I guess what I could also do is, little trick for sound effects, chat, is you can actually stop specific sounds in order to, you can stop specific sounds so that you're not repeating yourself too much. In this case, what I'm doing is I'm stopping the sample shed and playing it, so if someone's just spamming the button, it's not going to be a cacophony. So, what it's doing is making sure that if I were to spam the button before without the stop shed line, it would sound like, you know, constant echo, so I'm just going to spam E really fast. Which is a bit weird. But with this, it actually gives us that nice sound effect to reset it. So there you go. No, it's not gunshots. It's meant to be a sound effect for the door not opening. Let me in! Let me in! Now we get the key. And there we go. The sound effects are just coming from me pressing E, that's all. So again, it is our little functionality. It does sound like a firearm. I mean, we could try a different sound effect to make something a bit more metallic, honestly. Because there are other options here. So...
Alright. I'll tell you the truth.
No, that's a block opening. We just need metal. So I think there's actually plenty of metal stuff here. Yeah. So. No. Yeah, hit the door, let me in. That sounds like it's opening. No. 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 How about this one, chat? This one alright? Yes, no, maybe. No. Choose the most annoying sound effect. Why? Make it a laser? No. I honestly, maybe something like this could work. Because it is just... Again, we can't quite open it. Spring? Nah. I think, Metal 2 is alright. So, let's try that. And to be fair, I typically would use something like Metal 2 for, like, hitting a heavily armored something. Alright. I don't know, chat. What do you think? I'm not sure if this one's better or worse than the last one. Just a little ding to let you know that you can't get in. But once you have the key... Of course, lets us in. Alright, simple, effective, fair enough. It's also just like the sound to tell you you don't have it. Anyway. No, I agree, Reckroll. This is like an effect that I would expect on, like, you hit something that has super high defense. Because they shielded it. So I definitely use it for that. But, I mean, to be fair, reusing it here for the lock context is probably fine too, just because it's the same kind of context you're being denied something. I think that worked. Okay, sounds good. In that case, let me just... It was line 7, now it's... line 8 above. Line to 10. Line 7 above, plays a sound effect if Dorothy does not have a corresponding key. This line could be used to activate a unique dialogue for Dorothy if she tries to open a door without the right key. Okay. Now as for this, we need to make sure that this goes away once you have the key. In order to do that, we just need to, again, compare things. In this case, we want to make sure that the corresponding key has been collected. So, we shall copy this over. This will be sort of like the key hiding line. So, not doors here. We actually want the items one. No, I think we'd want doors just because it is... No, items would make sense. Because this is supposed to be functional for any pick-upable item. So, that's equal to 1. We also need to make sure that these are not collectible in the slightest. In the situation where maybe the user gets to somewhere really fast. So what I'm thinking is we have 2 lines of code here, chat. One is a line that's make sure the item can't do anything. We'll say there'll be a flag that's called is collected. So if that flag is 0, then you can't pick up the item, and thus you won't be able to get, like, infinite keys. But if it's 1... Well, actually, no, if it's 0, that means you can collect it, but if it's 1, that means you can't collect it. So... shall set U. So set off is collected. Set on is collected. Okay, so we set on is collected. And one more line, so if if is collected is on. Yes, Anton. Yes, no play. I will not let the player fill their inventory with only keys. Not like that make any sense anyway, since the keys can only function for specific doors. But you get what I'm saying. It needs to be functional. Then what we do is you make it invisible. And if is collected is on, that means you can't collect it, obviously. So the flag must be here to say is off, is collected. So that ensures that we can't pick up the same item twice. So collected is off, is collected is on. And set on is collected. I mean, it'll do that on that, but that's just for the sake of making sure there isn't like spamming going on here. Good question, Koal, too. I mean, I'm debating whether or not to go with like the Dark Souls of just having the glowing orb on the ground that could be anything, or with actually having pixel art for the different items, because, you know, there's pros and cons to each. I mean, the pro is if it actually gives you some visual indication of what the item is, then you can, of course, plan accordingly. But on the flip side, if the item is just a glowing orb, that does leave open the kind of that kind of wonder of, ooh, what could this item be? Like that sort of thing. Anyway, let's see if this works properly. So, press E. It did not turn invisible. Okay. Or why? No, that does set the thing up. Oh, wait. Oh. So, if that's set collected... Wait, no. We pressed E. Is collected was off. Okay. Pressed E. That is collected on. Oh! Duh! That shouldn't be there. Good idea. Yeah, it's still not turning invisible. Could be an indexing problem. Probably is an indexing problem, if I had to guess. So, that should be 1. Just confusing me. Did I just not add the line of code for saying it invisible? No, it's there. There's a conundrum. one. I don't have a reappear line either. I'm pressing E, it's saying is selected all. Well, actually, wait. Is this line redundant? It might be. Yeah, that might be redundant because it's... If I get rid of that line, what happens? Oh! Okay. So it was that line. But then when we start the frame up, it doesn't seem to be... No, it's resetting. What? Am I, Hold on a second. No, it's definitely staying, so something's not right here. Do. I just put it on that line. Alright, did reset. Not turning invisible. Why? I am confused. Something is not, adding up here, chat. Just left it on. Right into... Yeah. Oh. With the doors iteration. Okay. That might have something to do with it. Oh, wait. No. Items is the right one? I feel like it was. Alarms. They glow with a warm light to invite people to go them totally for low reasons and not because they didn't want to make pixel access for every collectible. I see fair stuff like that. That's the kind of things you have to think about with a game like this. Is I am one person developing this, so anything that does make development easier while still being functionally the same is useful. And the glowing orbs do have precedence in Dark Souls, at least. If I go with doors. Will that solve anything? It did. That was it. Just a mismatch of information. Alright, so I think... That being if... Okay. I need to check the ForEach loop to ensure that I'm using the right one. This should be working with, where's it? Yeah, no, it's named items. I think that's the correct object. Yep. Alright. If I switch this to items, what will happen? Will it break the game? Alright, we'll turn invisible. Stays invisible. Still opens. Okay, no, I think that was just an indexing problem. So... Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I did mention that, Grekor. I'm just, going back and forth whether I want to do it that way. Maybe what I could do, Snowflake, is like a mix of the two. So instead of driving myself insane by trying to make, we'll say, a unique pixel art for every single different item, unless it's super unique. What I could do is, if it's like the passive items, I just have it be like a different color to signify something, like some kind of difference. So that way it's literally the same thing, just tinted differently. And that would make it easier to easier to program. Okay. So I think the is collected on thing is redundant just because it's well, it's not redundant because we need that check to make sure the player can't pick it up if it is collected. So, as an example, chat. Forgot that didn't reset it. It might be good to have that for redundancy then. Visibility, make object reappear. Just in the event that there's ever an item that could somehow respawn, I guess. Something strange is going on here. That should allow it to be reset. It's set to 0. Well, that's bizarre. Okay, wait, I know what the problem is. Yep. Again. Loops. Yep. That fits it? No, it did not. Not coming back. Alright, well, it's coming back and then going away immediately, so something is forcing it to stay there. And I think it has something to do with how we're saving the value here. Strange. It was working fine before. And honestly, well, we just switch it all back to doors, maybe that'll fix the problem. Yeah, I know, right? Did this work? Nope. Needs to reset. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. That might explain some things. I'm only now noticing. The ForEach loop says door, but I've been using doors. Which might be affecting things. Yeah, okay, yep, that would definitely affect things. Because the door for each loop does not exist. Oh, sorry, the doors for each loop does not exist. So referencing that does not help us. Okay. There's door. I don't have to double check all this. Yep, okay, we need to fix this. This is Not correct. Definitely not correct. Okay. Okay, so I think that should be all the code that was using door. I'm just going to run it again just to make sure that we reset whatever the original problem was. And then we'll switch this to door. Okay. Now. Alright, it's gone. Good. I leave, I come back, it's still gone. I open the door. It opens, I leave, I come back. It's still open, I press M. Almost there. Almost there, so something's saying that. Oh, right, because that's not saying the door. I think... Nope, still not quite doing it. Better double check the code again. That's door. That is also door. That's door. Wait. Alright. That's not correct. So, that should actually be saying 90s. Oh, no, that's because the T is there. That's 97. Somewhere I'm writing a value. It might be. It was working so well before. Weird. I press M and that's instantly overwriting it somehow. But I think it's gotta be one of these lines. One of these lines is just overwriting it. Probably this one if I had to guess. So if I inactivate that, what happens? Oh, well now it fits itself. Okay, press M. Yeah, it's that line. What is this line? I think that's the line that makes sure that it stays open if it's... Oh, well now that's, this is out of whack. We already collected that key. Okay, never mind, I did reset it. So, that should... Yeah. So, something's wrong with this line. M is just the reset button, a snowflake. I just said it was equal to 1. Maybe that would fix it. Okay. Try that. Alright, well, it stays open. Now it won't reset. I wonder why. 0 is off. Get rid of that. It's probably not going to change anything. Yep, no, that doesn't change anything. It has something to do with this line. 97.3 liberation door. If phone number is 1. No, my mic is not muted, Drekor. I'm just deep in thought, trying to think of how this line in particular is causing the problem. Because it works for a brief moment and then just resets back on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Is this it? So is it like... So change the animation to stand up, which is... It's back here. So flag 0 is on. Is that... I think I might have... I think I figured it out, chat. So there's no line of code that resets the flag to off. I think. No, wait, no, that does set it off. What? What? Wait, if that set it off, then why isn't that... If I change the order here, it probably won't work, but we'll try it. Set off. It's usually pretty good about handling these things. No, fill that line. Unless... No, there's no code over here. Animation priming is playing. Does the stand-up animations playing? Alright, go ahead. Head to bed. That's fine, KJ Sparks. Thank you so much for dropping by. And I hope you have an awesome night. I'm trying to think logically why it's doing this. So we press M. It's... Change the animation to sequence to stop, and it sets flag 0 off. And it's also saying the loop iterate, you know, that loop that we're referencing to 0. As far as I can tell, it's the same value. Yeah, for each door. So it should be yielding the same result. This was a bit confusing about this. Clearly this line is causing the problem. Maybe it's a scope thing. I'm going to attempt moving this line upward. This could just be a scope thing. Probably not, but we'll see. No, it's not a scope thing. Okay. Hey, what I could do, Chaz, I could try setting this to 96, since that would allow us to reference the T. I just don't think that's a good idea long-term, since this to be used for a bunch of different things than just T's. Might be confusing. No, that's not fixing it either. Something about this really doesn't like what it's doing. Okay. The only thing I can think of is it might have something to do with setting flag 0 on, which is a necessity to some extent, because that's what dictates whether we can actually, like, walk through the wall or not. There's something that happens when flag 0 is on. So, flag 0 is on. Oh. Could that be it? It might. Could it? And it sets flag 0 off, though. We could attempt an OR condition, chat. Since we know it kind of sort of works with this. So, try this. Do OR logical explanation. If a certain value is what it is. Alright. Now... yeah, something is wrong with... without it, it's just... yeah, without it, it works fine and dandy, but as soon as we activate that line, something goes haywire. I'm also noticing that, right here. That us trying to reset the key here doesn't seem to be working either. So, right now, I still have the key for some reason, even though I shouldn't. Oh boy. Well, something's a mess here. Something's definitely a mess here. Or... yeah, that's a place to play. This is a mess right now. This will happen sometimes in programming chat. We end up with... I activate that line though. Does that... it resets that. Open the door. Now it's gone again. That's weird though. Like, if that's not there... I reopen the frame. No, it still stays away. And yet I still have the key, which makes no sense as I... well, actually, no. That makes sense because... now that doesn't make sense as I shouldn't have the key. Okay, maybe this... yeah. So, one of these things is... saying if that's equal to 1. I mean, logically, this should make sense. We're going by the loop iteration of the door. Based off of this. Oh, right now, Grectora, the door and keys are completely broken, so trying to figure out how to properly reference these. I swear that I have code here somewhere that references a loop index. Well, when things break, chat, one of the first things I like to do is try to make the code simpler to see if that can help address, perhaps, maybe, sort of, what is wrong. So if I were to call out, say, a specific door, in this case, here we go. Yeah, 3 for each of them. We can see if this works. If it doesn't work, that tells us that there's something fundamentally flawed with how we're referencing things. If it does work, then it means it's a loop iteration problem, and we just need to find a different way to reference it. So, get rid of that. So, again, keep it simple. Try to see it fundamentally if this is a loop reference problem. Since oftentimes when I work with loops, that's usually the first thing I go to, is see if something's wrong there. Okay. Okay. So now, in theory... Okay, so things are open. Something to do here. Press M. It resets. Good. I run the frame again. Okay. Nothing's happening. Well, actually, I should test this first. Alright, so door's locked. We get our key. Door opens. I leave. I come back. Alright, I reset. I leave. I come back. Okay, chat, that tells me something. So, it is a loop it's a loop indexing problem. So that's actually, that right there, chat, is actually progress. So, what this means is the core functionality is here. It was just how we're referencing the loops. So, I guess, I mean, I could always just have a chunk of code for however many doors there are in a particular level, since I can't imagine there would ever be more than 10. I mean, that's one way to handle it, is just to make everything unique. It would just involve copying code over and over again in the situation where there might be multiple of the same type of door in an environment. As you know me, chat, I do love to reuse things where I can. But this is, right here, functional code at its best. It's just a question of making sure that it indexes properly with the ForEach loop. So, how do we do that? Well, when I was working on indexing the, like the quadrantals, I had to come up with a way to index each thing individually, and the way I did that was tie it to an alterable value within each thing. So, what I'm thinking we do, we shall call alterable value A here, door index value. And we shall call you, maybe, I don't know, item index value. Then what we do, we just need to start a frame condition. So what I'm going to do, chat, is try and make it so that this could work for multiple doors. That's why I'm bothering to go through this process, is if I can make it so where I could duplicate multiple doors and have multiple keys and they work independently of each other while using the same code, that's efficient, you know, that's good optimization. Just pushing Bane to that point. Ah, yes, it is a nice key number, isn't it? Anyway. In case you're wondering, that key number is the number for the letter E, for that key. Oh. The way I do something like this typically, use this as a new line. Okay, for each, place start a frame. And for reference, let's look at the rattle code again. Yep, nope, that's how we'll do it. We'll set a alterable value to... Yep. I wonder if it is the loop fits value. Or, nah. That makes sense? I don't remember how this works. Retrieve fixed value? Where's the iteration? I think I usually use loop iterations, don't I? Oh yeah, yep, it is loop iterations. Alright. So, try that. So, door. And we adjust all the code. Oh, that's perfectly fine, Snowflake. I mean, I guess that's more of an if rather than a when. Because it all depends on a huge variety of factors. But I'm gonna dip this. I'm gonna pour my heart and soul into this game and make it the best it can be. Within the limits of my abilities as a developer. Okay. So door. Get the door index value. Okay. Oh, I think I figured out the problem, chat. So the reason why this works and it didn't work before is that when we were pressing M, we're referencing a ForEach loop, but because the ForEach loop isn't running when we're pressing M, it's just a general statement defaulting to something. I think that might be what happened. So, let me explain what's happening, chat. So, or at least what I think is happening. The way this used to be written was it was referencing the ForEach loop doors upon pressing M. The problem with doing that is you have no control over where the ForEach loop is at that point. So, when you're pressing M, it was probably referencing null because it's not on a ForEach loop. And there's no, like, we're not correctly indexing it towards what that is. Whereas if we write things to we're doing what we're doing here, where we're going to be writing like a ForEach loop iteration at the start of frame to each of these doors. That should solve the problem, because well, wait, does it solve the... No, it doesn't. What I would need to do is... This might actually be an extra step now I think about it. If I had just tried adding the ForEach loop for the doors onto the reset key, that might have solved the whole problem. Unfortunately, it's a bit late to go back. But we shall try. This is what I mean, chat, when I say working with the ForEach loop object, it can be weird at times. Very confusing object. But I think I might be onto something here with the fact that I wasn't referencing the right ForEach loop. I see that door. I know it's supposed to be door. Wait, loop it? No, I said loop iteration. What are you doing? No. Okay, there we go. So, I think that's what's happening. I'm just going to test the theory here. Whoops. Nope. Nope. Alright. We will get these doors working properly, I swear. In a way that is useful. In multiple situations. Okay. Alright. There. Where else? Nope, that was it. Okay. Alright, chat. See if my theory holds up. So, right now, you walk around. We don't have the key. I get the key. I open the door. Nothing happened. Oh, right, because I didn't... Did I not switch out the... I don't think I did. Did I switch out the... I missed something here. I might have. For each loop, door. Well, I don't have the key anymore, so that's clearly not working as intended. Did did change everything. Okay. Not resetting either. Okay. Did I change the M, actually? Yeah, I did. Okay. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Not messing with that. If it ain't broke... Let's try the star frame idea, and if that doesn't work, then we can... If the star frame idea doesn't work, then we'll just stick with the idea that each door has to be unique. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Copper Nicholson. I hope you're... do whatever you need to, you know, do right by yourself, I would say. If you're feeling tired, you know, go to a nap or go to sleep. If you're thirsty, get some water, things like that. I really feel like the star frame thing could work. Because then we are actually referencing something that's within the door. Just need to edit all these again to see if it works. 3 plus value A. That'll be our loop index. And if this doesn't work, again, we can always just fall back to, again, everything is unique. Okay. Nope. Give it a try. Okay. So I can get the key. I unlock the door. I leave. I come back. Nothing's there. Good. I press M. Do we fix it? Yes! Yes! That was it! It was just the ForEach object not referencing things correctly. Let's go! So, chat, if I did this correctly, that means we should be able to do this. So if I duplicate this, put them side by side. If I did this correctly, then what that means is these should each... Let's rest here for a second. These should each be acting independently of each other. So if I press E here... Oh dear. Well, that's a problem. Is this just the diagonal glitch all over again? It might be. Nope. Okay. Well, things are broken. Things are broken. Things are definitely broken. Okay. So. Okay, so. It might just be an. Let's check the indexes again. Okay, so I press E. What was going on here? Oh. That's another indexing problem, chat. So the reason why we were picking that up is because it was defaulting to the same index, so of course it got rid of both. But we need to index to... We need to index to the keys here, which is why we were... Which is why I tried to do the items thing in the first place. Honestly, though, wondering if it might make more sense just to index to the door value. We'll say for each value, door. Well, no, that doesn't make sense, because I need to reference this. I thought you meant to do. Fair enough, Drekor. Alright. We'll attempt something. Things shall be attempted. If it doesn't work... well, we will know. Just left it on. Actually, don't try to do the... oh, wait, we're referencing the door value index. We could do the same sort of trick with, yeah, that's what we could do. We're going to do the same sort of trick with the key item here, chat. So we have an item index value that we haven't used. We'll set you. If we tie each key to a specific door, then what that will do is it allows us to replace this with this. He's referencing the individual objects again. I can do an item index value. Did this correctly. A lot of discipline rapport and practice. So item index value. Alright, let's see if this works or if it breaks things. Because if it works with one, then it will work with all of them. In theory. So, I get the key, I open the door. I press M, it resets both. I can't just randomly open the door. Get the key, I leave, I come back. It works. I open the door, I leave, I come back. It works. Alright. Now for the real test, I'm going to try duplicating these and see what happens. Okay. And I don't know if we need to stagnate these or not, but we'll find out. Well, something bizarre has happened. Alright. No, we're still having the same issue. Active in enter management class on stream, fair enough. Alright. Well. Probably something to do here. My reset button even working correctly? And what I thought would happen is, by forcing us to compare to value 1 to that. shouldn't be... Where's the visibility coming into play here? Oh, wait. Hold on. If multiple value item index value is equal to that... So it has to be 1. It has to equal this. Wait, no. Has to be the... I know in my mind what I'm trying to compare here. I'm just trying to think of how to put that into numbers. Yep, I'm drinking water, Snowflake. Thank you for asking. Thanks for the compliment, Rector. I try. Okay. So, we need the item index value to be... What? We need the item index value to compare to itself. No. It needs to compare to the loop. So the item index value has to equal the loop. This is the loop of items. So if it does not do that, it will not set collect is on, it will not make it invisible. So, okay, progress. Not progress. Why? So, this is strange. Not be able to do that. Oh, we can put in one bud fits here where certain animation. Can't be while that's playing. Good. Alright. Now, so that works, but this... Oh, interesting. So, I can't collect that, but that's making that one go invisible. Huh. Strange. I wonder then, chat. For my own sanity, I collected something here. It's not letting me pick it up. I collect that first. What this here? No. Okay. No. Read a message to Sergey. Now, this is a great way to demonstrate the frustrations of game programming to the public. I ran into some of the problems when I tried to add new words to Leia's dictionary. Oh, that is so true, Reddoor, so true. Okay. If I get rid of the indexing thing, what are we left with? If we're taught us something, there are networks to code Heartwell. Alright. Well, one thing we do know, chat, is that the... Yeah, honestly, now that I think about it, as much as I'd love to have the functionality to just duplicate doors and save some code that way, I'm starting to think it might not be worth it. And the reason I say that is... this isn't particularly complex, and I can't imagine designing a dungeon with more than, like, what, maybe 10 or 20 doors in a single frame, mind you. And if that were the case, alright, let's expand that out. How many... I mean, I know this would be more efficient use of code. If each of these things could, you know, work as their own thing. Well, I mean, be able to duplicate stuff and have it indexed properly. I mean, at this point, it's just getting to a point where it's almost silly. Unless... Alright, I have an idea, chat. What we're going to do, I want to see if I can at least index a different value to each door. Because if I can make this the doors themselves be duplicatable, then that would actually save a ton of code, because the item code is stupidly simple. Whereas the door code's a bit more complex. Although I am noticing that this was not for item. Hey, I will try this just to see if it changes anything. Probably won't. But just for the heck of it. Never mind, chat! I take it back. No, never mind. I thought I solved something. It did not. It did not solve anything. This is sadness. This is absolute sadness. Alright. But what I'm thinking... is... we get rid of this whole shenanigans. But I want to test if we're at least able to get a value that's different on each one. So this would be the point where I go reveal one of my counters and try to set it to something. Yeah, so Gregor, what I think is happening there is it's indexing to the last created object. Which means that if it's doing that, then that last created object will act regardless of which one we go to. It's weird. It's a very strange predicament. Where is it? Oh, that's right. I got rid of the stat counters here. Alright. In that case, let's add a quick counter. So, new object. Counter object. This is just for debugging. Okay. So what we're going to do, chat, is when we press E on a... Where's the counter? There's somewhere. Okay, yeah, there it is. So, when we press E on the counter, we're going to have that particular... well, actually, no. When we're just within a certain radius of a area, we'll have that counter reveal what the value is. So, set counter to values, door index value. That's all we're going to do. Where's the counter? Oh, wait. Is this a situation where I need to put... It might be. Let me try something. There it is. Okay. So, I have made a mistake. I walked into the E, which is always a mistake. Alright. That's 1. 0. Oh, I get it. Yep, so it is indexing, chat. As you can see, we walk near here, it becomes 0. We walk near here, it's 1. So it is actually giving us a value. So, that works. We know that for a fact that that works. So we are actually indexing something. We can kind of do a similar sort of thing if we walked near the other stuff, just for our own testing purposes. Those are wondering why I'm doing this. This is actually the kind of thing that I tend to do when I'm debugging Heartwell. Especially with the ForEach object like this. You can just get retrieve value. It gives me a way to actually see what these things are indexing to. If I walk over here, nothing. Okay. Yeah. So what that tells me, chat, is somewhere along the line in the code, each of these are becoming 0. Like, the keys themselves are both 0. Their index is 0. Yet the doors themselves are 0 and 1. So that's why when we get these keys, they only work on this door, and this door is just being its own thing. Because we don't have the key for 1. We just have the keys for 0. Yep, exactly, Grekor. Something's wrong with indexing the key here. As well as with our reset button. Our reset button isn't working properly. Since it doesn't seem to be resetting the other door. And what we could always attempt is a ForEach loop with the items. Something like this. Alright, well that actually does give us something different. Oh! Well, would you look at that, chat? And that unlocked the door. Even though it wasn't, yeah. But of course, pressing M doesn't reset it, because I think M isn't working properly now. So... Reach loop, I'm pressing M. Maybe for the reset button, chat, what we can do is just go to a hard code here for the reset button. So instead of trying to be all fancy with this index, which doesn't seem to be working, I'm pressing M. That doesn't give us a way to control which door is being reset. Instead, what we can do is actually input the individual values themselves. So, since they're 0 and 1 respectively, we know that the values that need to be reset are for 3 and 4 respectively. So, reset 4. Okay. Get rid of the ForEach loop. Just pressing M, simple as that. Okay, well that reset it. Now for the ultimate test, chat. I try to open the door, nothing happens. I open the door, nothing happens. I get key 1. I try to open key 0. Nothing happens. I try to open in door 1. It unlocks. I leave the game. I open the game. That works as intended. Alright. So. Locked. Locked. Stuck. I really gotta put walls there for my own good. I get key 0. I try to open door 1. Nothing happens. I try to open door 0. It opens. I leave the game. I open the game. What? You are doing so well! No! We are doing... We're right there! They're both up. This is why we do testing, chat. Oh, that's funny. We're so close, too, because, I mean, it works properly like this. It's just with the other one that doesn't seem to work properly, so... We open this door. That made sense. Alright, so clearly... Yeah, I know. Chat, this is why you do testing, because if we celebrated too early and I did not check that, we could end up in a situation where someone opens multiple doors when they only opened one. Which would have been bad. But now I feel like we're getting somewhere. It just has to... It's all going back to... Where is it? Here. Well, actually, I do need to do something else now I think about it. Get rid of this so that we're not, causing those sound effects to happen again. So, yeah, now if I spam E, it's not going to cause anything. Somewhere in here is a check that's forcing these open again. This is the... I don't know, Drakor. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It might just be... The check might just be checking for... what's it called? My thought is it's probably tying back to this line. The line that forces things to open again afterwards. Reason I say that is... Just saying. I'm gonna activate that because that doesn't have a purpose yet. We know that the 0 and 1s are being activated. I think something isn't indexing quite right here. I have a hunch. It might be wrong. It's probably wrong. But for the sake of my own sanity, I'm just going to have a hard reset on higher values. Just in case it's accidentally reading a value that's higher up that we're not resetting. Because if it's something as simple as that, then that's an easy fix. Okay. So I'll run the game. Pressing M to reset things. I open door 1, I leave, I come back. Door 1 works as intended. I open door 0. I leave, I come back. Nope, alright, so that wasn't it. Ultimate thing. Hey, at least we rolled that out. We rolled that out. Alright. So... it's somewhere up here, then. Since we know the keys work correctly now, it's just the reset thing. Honestly, for my own sanity, I have another hunch, but I need to verify it. So we'll have a third key. I have a feeling it's going to be just the last door. So 0. Oh. What's happening? My counter not working correctly now? 1. There's 2. I'm stuck again. What is happening? 0, 2. Okay. No, it's still... Why do I do this to myself? Okay. So we know each of these correspond to each other. So... yeah. Alright, sounds good, Record. That's 1. That's 2. That's 0. Right. That door. Okay. I think my hunch might be correct, chat. What? Hold on a minute. That's strange. It's, do you work? Huh. Do that. It index to each one. There's 3 of them now. I wonder if it's, are they just too close together? It might be. Alright, yeah, it was. Okay, so that's an XY axis problem. Just making sure the doors aren't in the same line with each other. Yeah, but as I suspected, chat, so it's just the last one that's the problem. So, as you can see, that works as expected. This works as expected. But when the last one is open, we get into the situation where all the doors open for some reason. So, I leave and I come back, notice how all the doors are open for some reason. It's just the last one. So, I've seen something like this happen before, chat, with the quadrattles when I was messing around with how the indexing works, and it got to a situation where there was always, like, a problem with just the last one. What? Oh dear. Why did I do that to myself? Okay. Something weird happened where it just wouldn't, No, it did the animation properly. I'm not sure what happened last time. Maybe I was just imagining it or it lagged. Yeah. So, I think it ties back to how we're checking for things. Or maybe how we're writing values here. So, let's look back at what dictates whether this actually opens or not. So we know that that this problem only seems to apply when we're opening the game up. And when we open the game up, we're checking the door index. I might have found it, chat. Call me crazy. I think if we just move that above that line, that'll fix it. I did it! Let's go! Yes! It was a scoping problem, chat! It was just a scoping problem! Okay, so what was happening? For those who are saying, like, what are you doing, Antomicx? This line here, even though it's a star frame condition, was below this line, and thus, when it's doing its check to do the door index value, the door index value hasn't been made yet. So it doesn't know how to do that, thus it set everything on. That was the problem. So that's why it only worked there, but now that the scope is fixed, it works properly. In fact, I should probably move that to the very top, honestly, because this is, because honestly, star frame conditions should usually be towards the top unless there's some rare exception that you need to take into account. So, what does this mean, chat? It means we finally have individual doors! Yes! Yeah. Alright. Sorry that it took a while, chat, but it's just... This is the kind of stuff that happens when you're programming these kinds of things. You debug, you test over and over and over again until it works as intended. As intended. Alright, for my own sanity, I just want to make sure that, Oh! Should probably add another check just to make sure that you can't spam the door open button. That's kind of silly. Now, officially, pressure plate, make door go open. Indeed. Indeed. And I love how that's, even if it's a situation where we collect all of the keys, but maybe you say we only open one of the doors, it's still going to remain that way at the start of the frame. See? So. Okay. So now we've accomplished that. Just a quick bug fix to make sure that we can't spam E there. All we need for that, chat, is making sure it's not while the animation climbing or crouched down is playing. And what that'll do is basically once the animation starts, we can't interrupt it, if that makes sense. So, I got my key. I'm spamming E, but nothing's happening, which is perfect. So. There we go. Minor bug fix. Yep. Alright, chat. Well, we have officially made doors and keys. And I think this calls for doing something a little bit... Well, actually, it is 10:30. It is getting late. You have doors, keys, indexes, garter frames, all that jazz. Well, now that we have key functionality, which is really good, honestly, I just want to do some... Part of me just wants to do some level design at this point. Or either that or some artwork for the key, because we don't want it to be a diamond like this. That's silly. This isn't a key. just psh. I mean, at some point, I will have to program in some kind of, like, pop-up that tells you which key you got. But I think that is a subject best left for a different programming time. Let's do something a bit more entertaining. So, chat, since the last time we did this, you might notice that this looks a lot better compared to what we had in the... fair enough, Snifflight. But yeah, you're probably looking at this and you're like, wow, Antomicx, that looks a lot better than this. And that's because I did update the tile sets that I was using to give a bit more variety. And that's because now that we're not beholden to what objects look like in order to have collisions and wall sliding and that, I can be a lot more decorative with the levels. And to that end, I think I'll actually add some grading just for funsies. So, where is it? Yeah. Take some of that. And just tile that all around there. Diamonds should be a cheat, don't ruin the diamonds. Okay, fair enough, stuff play. Oh, thanks for the compliment, Brekor. And what I'm doing right now is, again, going for more decoration, trying to get the feel that I want in a particular area. Let me zoom in a bit. Again. Cool. Forgot that leaves that, like that. Especially since it doesn't go all the way over. That's slightly annoying. I can fix that. Absolutely can fix that. I just need to open up the tile set and do that. Layer 1, I want to say. Oh, really? I had no idea that tile sets were originally called chipsets. Record? No, thanks for the fun fact. The more you know. Okay. Probably close this out since we don't need those yet. I'll set, save it as a PNG. Okay. Oh, it even auto-updates. That's convenient. Now well, it's better, chat. Look at that. Now it actually covers what I wanted it to. Might actually move that down a bit, so Control X, Control V. Actually, do something a little bit more like this. If I don't have a half slope, that would be pretty convenient here. Oh yeah, curry is delicious. I wholeheartedly agree. I feel like a disconnect there. There might be. Get rid of the grid for a second. Oh, where's the grid? Okay, yep, no, there's a disconnect there. But that can be remedied. All I need to do is just shift the into the Gale. No, 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 no. Not that. Oh dear. Oh, the joys of opening files. Especially when they're very large. Yeah, all I need to do is shift that up 1 pixel and that should solve the problem. I think. So, it's just a mismatch of where the grid itself is lining up. Like that. Save this as the PNG. Alright. Now... there we go, now it's fixed. Okay. Grid. I also want to have little half slopes here. And you might be saying, Antomicx, why are you so interested in this? Well, one thing that I think would be pretty cool, and this is something that Dark Souls does too, is I would like to be able to have a situation where you could actually look in the background and see like different areas that are will say quote-unquote underground or behind where you currently are. Yeah, I'm just going to save that real quick and close it out because it gives us a little more processing power here. But what's convenient about this here, chat, is if I have a... No, let's add a new tile editor just to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So we will call this underground layer 1. Okay. So if I hide this, it looks like nothing's there except for the details. But let's say I want to make a hallway that's behind, that's underneath here for some reason. What I would do, I would take my tile sets.
I'll tell you the truth.
So, say, grab that, go underground now. And underground, I put in there, say, a snake, just for funsies. So, oh right, that's in the enemy layer. 1 second. So I go to underground layer and paste it in. I'm not pasting it. Mistakes are being made. Okay. Well, as you can see, chat, I mean, I obviously overwrote it, but do you kind of get what I'm saying here?
Very much alike.
Oh, thanks, Snowflake. Yep. Thanks, Record. Thanks for the compliments. But yeah, I agree. Like, I think this would be pretty cool. Just like, especially not so much enemies, but more so items. Especially like, imagine if you like looked in that grate, for example, right there, and you saw a shiny. I think that would be a cool thing, just to be like, oh, how do I get that? Like that sort of thing.
Very much alike.
So I actually need a darker color than that. Where did I get that from? That's probably from there. Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Well, I do have different tiles I can use, so maybe as a placeholder, use these. Does that. We turn that back on. Yep. I mean, I'll still need half layers, but that does at least show an area. It's cool. Honestly, it's a pretty cool aesthetic. And, oh, that's right. I forgot I had this. I did myself little gravel patches that I could use. Fortunately, they're not properly aligned. I'll just need to shift those over. So, up, not that. Craft shell. I also need those half slopes. Shift. Shift. Alright, there we go. You also need half slopes. So if I ever make like something like this, I need to make sure that there's half above, half below. And like that. Yeah. Then we just flip it. Out here. Something bizarre has happened. Oh. Yeah. Forgot about that. Alrighty. So we have this set up. And we've moved those over, so those should now be a thing. So we'll just then update the tile set. Open back up our tile set for reference, in case we need to make more edits. Which we inevitably will, because I do actually need a carved out portion here for what I was thinking. Now, we should actually have half slopes like this. If I go to the base layer, I can do stuff like... Oh, that is a different, Forgot that would fix that. Unless we do it in the details layer. So... Yeah, that honestly, that should have gone to the details layer to begin with, so... Now there. Details with you. Okay. Color is a bit off, though. Which color was I using? Oh, that must have been it right there. Okay. Easy fix. Oh, what's that, Grekor? Leaving yourself to be kind to others? Yeah, those are definitely words to live by, for sure. Alright. Well, something strange has happened. I'm noticing the... Oh, right, because I moved the tiles, duh. I was just... There we go, that's more like it. Okay. Now we have the great effect that I was looking for, because if we just hide, I actually want to make an object folder, honestly, because this is... So we will call this, base layer, or maybe we call this level, 1. So, we move all of these into here. Then what we can do is, at the click of a button, we can just go to the sub layer. So now we're in the underground layer. So this could be actually like a level 0 or a level -1. A new folder. basement level 1. Alright, and that gives us a bit more control. I do need that to have a carved out section. I'll make a variant. So a very quick way for me to... Oh, don't want to do that. Do that, then we adjust the colors. Well, actually, no, we can do that. What we can do is we move this over here. The base layer's over here. Move the bricks over here. Okay. Life goes on, Snowflake, life goes on. Alright. What I want to do is make this little vent basically just its outline. I need that to remove the stuff here. What I will do, I will just fill this in with some color. I don't know. Uh-oh. So we're just filling that in. It's the point of this is just to make it something we can easily use to remove stuff. Well, actually, no, it should be just a uniform color. So, the easiest way to do that is not like that. The easiest way to do that is just to adjust it. Just color. Make it as dark as possible. It'll just be one uniform color. And then we'll adjust the color again to brighten it up a bit. Bright enough so it shouldn't be a different color. Yeah, so now it's all the same color. Make sure it's brighter than that. And then what we do, we have it up like that. We're going to copy it to each of these layers. So, like that. And we just delete it. And we copy it again. The base layer. And then we just delete it. Ta-da! We have our archway. Well, I'd say, in general, basically, giving yourself a goal of some kind and then trying to strive to reach that goal, whatever that is, that's usually a good way to motivate yourself to do things. And that's what I do with Heartwell. I try to give myself very specific goals to work on and go from there. Yeah, we can definitely expedite this. Give me a second. Just make this, I don't know, we'll make it that color. Just to speed this up. So, doubling effects. power of exponential growth. We just copy that, delete it, move it there, and since it's all connected one uniform color, boop, and boop. There we go. Oh, that's awesome, Snowflake. That's good. That's a goal you can work towards. And then what you do is you make sub-goals of that are, you know, help you work towards that larger goal. So in your case, you want to finish the character designs for your main leads in a comic. Maybe you can be like, okay, well, who are the main leads in my comic? Answer that question and make goals to work on each of those leads. And then what you do is you can break that down even further to say, okay, in order to finish for this particular character, what do I need to do? Make a goals list like that, and once you do that, suddenly you'll eventually reach the point where you have tasks to do that are very clear, they're achievable, and they're specific. And thus, you'll have something to work towards. That's a question of choosing which task to work on the task, and then you know that you're working towards that bigger goal. Anyway, this is what I was trying to accomplish, because it will merge perfectly with something else. Now that we've accomplished that... Oh, before I forget, this is just a useful tool to have, so I probably want to keep this on hand somewhere. But I think what we can do... We can just keep this teal tool, so to speak, on the outlines. Not there. We'll just leave it... Yep, leave it there. Just for use. Oh, that sounds awesome, Snowflake. I look forward to seeing your updates on your character designs. Now that we have this, our tiled editor will be updated. I can change the base layer thingy. Just trying to remember which color hue I picked here. Is it this one? Because these all look very... Okay, no. It was definitely this one. There we go! Perfect. I think. Undo. I were to hide the details layer. Yeah, I think that's... I actually want to zoom in a... Hold on a minute. I need to see something. If I move... Let me make sure this lines up. If it doesn't, we might actually have a bit of shenanigans going on. Shenanigans. Okay, no, it works. It's just... Might be just the way it's, the editor's showing it. Yeah, no, it's definitely working. Okay. Cool. You're trying to make the whole hideout from Roscoe and Terraria? Okay, that sounds like fun cool too. Alright. So now I think to add to the aesthetic here, chat, let's make use of some of our gravel here. This is the darkest gravel. We can put this, like, around here. Ooh. 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 Look at that, chat. I like that. Just a nice little gravelly pit of sorts. Honestly, might want to, you know, probably going to end up having to make mosses sometimes, so it makes sense. Make this look a bit moist. But, for now, that'll do. then we'd have stairs right around here. Get the player to less dark brown than that. Or actually, no. Put that there. There we go. There's our gravelly paths. As for up here, I think this is where this would be best used. Yeah! Oh, yeah! That's good. I like that. I like that a lot. I mean, I'll have to do something there, but still. This is... Yes, Dorothy's on. Oh, darn it. I hate gravel. It gets all up in my shoes. Curse you, Antomicx. Fair enough, definitely. I mean, I don't have to do the corners there, but I mean, honestly, chat, that looks so much better than what we had before. At least in my opinion. Like, now it's starting to look like something, in my view. Like, kind of going for that dungeon-y vibe I was thinking of. Well, I guess not dungeon, more underground-ish type vibe. I think you got my point. It's, Also probably want to have gravel around there, too, now that I think about it. So, boop. Boop. And some kind of gravel. Or basin or some kind. And we'll have to make a half block for that. Unless we change the design a little bit. Maybe, yeah, we could change the design a wee bit, because we do have a lot of different, these. Okay. What if... Actually, no, that runs into the same problem. We need that space open. Okay. How about that, chat? I mean, we do still need to adjust that a little bit, I think. Unless we just make like a grid pattern. That'd be fun. Yeah, honestly, that would be fine. Where is it? On the base layer, the details layer. There we go. Okay. Good question, Rekgor. So, part with the moss be deaf? No, it's not deaf. It's just a lower level. So, I mean, if I were to remove the details... Where is it? Where did I... Moss? Excuse me? Oh, right. That happened. Does that happen to be a mossy tile set? No. One of these. Weird. Can't figure out what layer I put that on now. Somewhere. No. Oh, there it is. Found it. Yeah, so Gretgor, as you can see, it's just a depression, if that makes sense. So yeah. So I mean, the moss helps contrast it a bit better, but yeah, it's definitely a lower level. That's elevation. And the fact that, you know, there's that gutter there should also be an indication of that. I was just moving stuff around. But, as you can see, now we have the well proper. Little drainage thingy. You know, that'll be probably a bit taller than that, depending on how high I want to make it go. But, we do need to put in some corner pieces, but that's easily done. Let me just take care of that right now, honestly. Okay. So corner piece needs to, like, connect to there. So layer 1. All we need is... not there. Rectangle. Base layer. What are those? So they're 5 wide. Bronze color. Here we go. Layer 1. Alright. That's one corner. Now we just need to rotate this a bunch of times and repeat. So, flip the image. Flip vertical. Actually, for style points, we'll make it look like this so it actually looks like a path here, just for simplicity. Alright, you're liking it so far, thanks. Alright, fair enough, Cool 2. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you have an awesome night and an awesome weekend. Edge. Vertical. Okay. Okay, there we go. There's our corner pieces. So Quick save as a PNG. And we have our tile set. There we go. Now I think that it's shaping up. At least this, the way it looks. Like, I like this. I like this a lot. So, let's continue. See where things take us. Oh, that's the details layer. Silly me. Okay, put that there. Okay, now we can finally move on to see where this takes us. So, in terms of what I'm designing here, chat, this is the classic, this is will be like the very first place where you can actually walk around. So I want to structure this area much like, the Undead Asylum, and that it very quickly teaches you how to play the game without getting in your way too much. Especially if you're a recurring player. And one of the things I love about the opening of Undead Asylum is how much it's able to teach you through gameplay in a very short period of time. So that's what we're going to be doing here. So if you can picture here, player starts here. There's going to be a little item, well, something down here, one of those manifest fragments to click to let you learn how to move. Then once the player knows how to move, they can explore this little area. And my thought would be to... if we had, like, a key somewhere around here that the player could grab, and maybe a lock around over here in the middle in this hallway, that would provide a good way to, again, teach the player about the lock and key mechanics in this game. With it, by, again, teaching through gameplay, because they're in a nice, controlled environment, nothing can hurt them, and they can just wander around until they stumble upon the key and learn you can pick that up to open the gate. Just like, Drektor, since you've played Dark Souls 1, you know that that's how the starting cell works. So let's, the gate, of course, will have to be placed by, actually, we can put it in the enemy layer, because the enemy layer has to get hidden anyway before this is compiled. Since I use the enemy layer to basically just plan where each enemy would be. So let's actually call you the enemy and... enemy, doors, and items layer. So, we'll put... yeah, a door... I would say a door right there. The player knows right out the gate that they can't just go through that. Are you doing this maybe the other day? Yes, Rekor. So the message objects would probably be throughout this area especially, teaching specific things. So I can use this as a placeholder to represent where each would be. So probably the very first one is going to be around where Dorothy is when she starts out. So probably appear around here-ish. That one would tell them how to walk. And then what I would do, Gretgor, is I would actually put a message icon, like, around here. And you might be saying, I'm not going to include enemies that don't fight back, Gretgor, but I am going to include, you know, enemies that are easy. I think the rattlesnake as an enemy by itself is a very easy opponent. So, actually, why don't I describe what I'm thinking here? So, what I'm imagining is be a room somewhere over here where it's just a rattlesnake. That's all you have to worry about. I'll give the player plenty of space to walk around the rattlesnake, and that will let the player, again, teaching them through gameplay, they can learn for themselves how close they can get before they're in danger and how to react in a nice, controlled environment. No menus, nothing like that, just gameplay. Fair enough, Redcore. So, I'll get to that room in a second. I'm just trying to map this out. This one right here, though, that would actually teach the player that they can jump. And the reason I put it there is that if the player is walking through this game not knowing that they can't jump, they'll walk to the right over here and slide down this wall into this pit and not be able to get out until they learn how to jump. And that's what this will be for. So that way, again, teaching them through gameplay. Fell down a pit. Oh no, what do I do? You can jump. And yeah, maybe even put it like right there. Maybe almost entice the player to come down here. And then once they're down here, they'll be like, oh, wait a minute, what happened? I just slowed down somewhere. I can't get back up. Or can I? So, that's a good point, Rekor. And my thought was, if the player dies without having any save point, they would just respawn right there where they started. That would be my thought. And then keep it simple. And then once, of course, they have their first save point, altar of record that they rest at, then that's no longer an issue. That's the base layer. I do want... So once the player's up here, I think that's when I would start to circle them back up this way. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, this might be a good spot to introduce the idea of, some of that circular level design that Dark Souls has. In fact, I almost want to make this area just a little bit further downward. Yeah, let's make this area go just a smidge further downward. So, let's zoom out a little bit. We are a bit zoomed in. Okay. So, shift all of this down a bit. Because I'm going to need space for there. Okay. I'm also noticing that I think I put something in the details layer by mistake. Yep. There we go. Okay. Now let's move the details down a bit. Okay. I'd be saying, why did... Oh dear. I just noticed stuff. That doesn't quite look right. There we go. I'd be asking yourself, chat, why did I do that? Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, Snowplay. Is everything alright? An Axolotl enemy. Mechanic is that Axolotls can regen body parts and stuff. So the idea is like if you hit an Etzo and then run, it will after a few moments regen a bit of its health. Okay, so yeah, I mean that makes sense. So some kind of health regenerating enemy. I like that idea. It would not be in the demo, but I do like the premise of an HP regenerating enemy. So let's add that to the notes. Ideas for new enemy types. What is an Atzotl, by the way, Snowflake? Is it like a Atzolotl? Is that like just some kind of... Oh, baby salamanders. Alright, Atzolotl type enemy. Any enemy type that can regenerate health slowly over time. Alright. Thanks for the suggestion, Snowflake. But now back to... Yeah, Drakor, you're saying maybe replace with a ledge to force them to jump. I mean, we could do that, but my thought is... Well, there's actually a couple of things here, Drakor. The reason why I have a U section like this is to show the player right out the gate that this is a non-linear game. So, allow me to introduce... Where's my barricade? My reinforced barricade. Somewhere in here is a reinforced barricade. Ah, there it is. So, Drakor. Not there. But you... enemies, doors, and items. Okay. Alright, Drakor. So... If the point were just to teach the player to jump, that'd be fine. But I want to show them really early on that this is not a linear game. And... one way I thought of doing that is, and this is pretty early on in my early design notes for this particular dungeon, was that the player would fall down here. This is where they learn to jump, but then they notice that there's this hallway here, and they might wonder, well, what's down this hallway? So, they go around, they come up to this, and it seems like, it's an impassable barricade, right? Well, my thought is that this barricade actually has, we'll say, some amount of health, but its defense is so high that the weapons you get at the, your base weapons with their base stats, before leveling them up too much, are just too weak to deal any damage to this barricade. However, if you get to a point where you can, deal more damage than the defense of this barricade, you can actually break that, and that opens up a path. Does that make sense, Drakor? And basically, what that means is that gives the player a couple of options to get past this barricade if they so choose. They can either obtain weapons that are strong enough to break this, hint, hint, or they can do the viable but more tedious grind to get one's stats up high enough so that the base weapons are strong enough to break through it. So yeah, that's why I would do something like this. And my thought was that this barricade could actually lead to one of the 3 potential exits for this dungeon. Because the way this dungeon is being designed is that there isn't one particular exit you have to go to. Instead, there's 3. And you can go to any one of them to, fulfill the condition of this dungeon. Which is to escape it. And, and basically, whichever way you leave this dungeon will determine what section of the overarching map you would start in after the tutorial dungeon. Yep, no, they do have to learn to jump, because, well, Drakor, you have to realize that if they don't learn how to... This area kind of dates itself, because up to this point in the game, there's no way for you to earn XP yet. You haven't even reached the first enemy yet, so there's no way for you to grind yet to actually break through the barricade if you so chose. And in order to do that, you actually have to jump up there, which means you would have to read that or figure out that you can just jump. So, there you go. Hence, little pit. Now, as for here, debating whether or not to introduce the player to sprinting first and then to the first enemy. Well, sprinting and dashing, those would probably be important things to get across pretty early on. So, let's expand this a bit. So we'll have like a super long hallway just to give the player a reason to want to sprint. So this will be our little sprint indicator. You know, hold shift to sprint. Not this long hallway. And then after they learn to sprint, they'll come to a curve. Something like this. Not like that. Yep, I thought so. I was on the wrong layer again. It's alright. We shall make do. Okay, so have the player just do go around a little bit. I'll probably move that enemy just up a bit further. So they turn, they go up a bit. My thought is around here is where they would learn to dash. Oh, before I forget, the reason why I wanted to move this this door down is so that's not interfering with another door, or a different kind of door, shall we say. It's actually up here. Where is it? I thought it was actually use this kind of door, which is meant to signify a door that has to be open from a specific side. If we hide that for, oh dear, not that. Hide this for a second. We have some stairs here. And that would actually lead up to a different level, or different area, potentially. And basically, by having the door there, like the one-way door, we would have, this would be a way for us to loop back. So my thought is, after basically teaching the player the absolute fundamentals, they loop back here, they can open up this shortcut so that now I don't, again, level loops back on itself. And then that's when they would be able to actually start to do stuff. Then that's when the dungeon itself will start to open up a bit, in terms of its design. So probably would actually have some platforms up here that is where things really get going. So this little area is supposed to be like the little loop of teaching, just very quick. Teach all the mechanics, and then get straight into the game. And if you're, of course, a returning player or know this stuff, it's super fast. So that's kind of my intent here. I think for up here, it would be a bit higher up. Need a little bit higher up gravel. Probably something like... How do I need this to be? I like right there. You have the stairs be there, so the player gets an idea. Yeah. I do need to make the U shape there now I'm looking at it. Multiple U shapes, in fact. No, I do have this at least. So. Be a lever there. There we go. A nice Cobra Nicholson, that sounds like fun. Before I forget, I just want to put that little U there and then probably call it a night. Definitely getting late. As much fun as I'm having with the level design, I do need to get some sleep. So I just want to make sure I get this wrapped up, this spot right here. Just flip that up. Maybe we could put that... Yeah, we just put that right there. How to save that. As a PNG. There we go. And there it is. Ta-da! Alright. Well, it's getting late, so I'll start to wrap things up right here. If you're watching here on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. But if you're watching here on YouTube and you like what you saw, or you want to continue supporting, the stream's development, please consider subscribing on YouTube and join our Discord server. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, as a right way to show support. And the Discord server, the link into the Discord server will be in the description. So again, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for your support, and I hope you have an awesome night.